morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Paul Norfleet is one of dozens of Wyoming landowners partnering with Next Era Energy on a new wind and solar project in southeast Wyoming. The Chugwater Energy Project could potentially produce an estimated 600 megawatts of power. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker rode along with Norfleet last week as he tended to his land and his animals. Norfleet said he feels the turbines and panels don't impact the landscape any more than cell towers, oil rigs, and transmission lines.
I got to visit his ranch. I got to meet his 13 dogs. Got to learn all about why he's in favor of this project. And this rancher told me, as we're here, looking out over the landscape, there's cell towers, there's defunct missile silos, there's even steam from the nearby power plant, all of these man-made things across the landscape. And his argument to me was that if there's wind turbines, if there's solar panels, how is that going to be any different from any of these other objects?
Should the project receive approval from state and local officials, it will proceed in December of 2027. People already buy clothes, kitty litter, dog food, and home appliances on Amazon, but now you can add your next car to the list. Some Wyoming dealerships are on board, offering new Hyundai vehicles and used Hertz rental cars on the popular online clearinghouse. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to both customers and retailers who aren't so sure that buying your new ride from the same online site that you order kitchen organizers and face wash from is a good option.
You can go online and you can look, and if you're in the Cheyenne area, you'll be shown Hyundai cars in Frederick, Colorado and Cheyenne, Wyoming together, all on the same page. It's kind of cool. You can go through and you can pick the color interiors you want, the mileage. But how many people actually buy a car that way? The people I talked to were like, I want to see the car. I want to drive the car. I want to talk to the salesperson. I want to negotiate the best deal that I can get for the car, which the online buying, I don't feel is very amenable to that kind of negotiation.
Dallas Terrell, manager of Terrell Chevrolet in Cheyenne, is skeptical. In his experience, you can't sell cars in Wyoming without a brick-and-mortar store and a service department. 5 years after energy analysts called it a house of cards built on a dying industry, Navajo Transitional Energy Company is advancing major coal projects across Wyoming and Montana that could extend operations well into the next decade. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that NTEC recently was granted approval to expand its footprint by about 3,500 acres adjacent to its existing Antelope mine in Campbell and Converse counties.
5 years ago, Navajo Transitional Energy Company really made a big play and purchased interest in coal mines in the Powder River Basin. And at the time, industry analysts really criticized the move. Now, the BLM has really paved the way for those mines to be developed. And so it looks like a good bet on their part.
This latest development comes as NTEC also pursues expansion at its Spring Creek mine in Montana, where the company has proposed leasing about 180 million tons of coal that would extend operations through 2034. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, it used to be that only a good horse or a stout pair of hiking boots could get Wyoming hunters into the backcountry. But then mountain bikes became an option, and now e-bikes are increasingly part of the hunting scene. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the electric cycles mean more accessibility for more people in the outdoors, which is both good and bad depending on your perspective.
Some guys say, hey, they're really handy, like them a lot. Others say they have similar complaints to general users, is that they can make the backcountry more crowded than it needs to be. The debates going on over e-bikes in the hunting world mirror the larger debate over these things. So it's interesting as the technology grows. Where's the niche of these things going to be?
The U.S. Forest Service has struggled to enforce e-bike regulations in some areas in the West, but not all e-bikes are the same, and they don't all evenly match the parameters of what a motorized vehicle is. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday, September 2. We're going to talk skiing a lot this morning. Skiing, snowboarding, winter sports. I know it's only September 2. We already got our eye on the white stuff. Yeah, we'll tell you why. We're talking skiing. We're talking nuclear all the time. Nuclear. We're going to take a look at that fancy new updo in Rock Springs as the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport looks all kinds of bougie. What are they trying to be? Jackson Hole? Would you buy a car on Amazon? Oh, I don't know. I bought a lot of things on Amazon. I'm not sure about the car. And how big would the drone be that delivers it? Or would they just drive it up? We'll meet the ranching family that fed firefighters in that Red Canyon fire. And our friend Rob Wallace receives a conservation award. We've reached out, you bet. Hope to get him on the show tomorrow. We'll see. Meanwhile, let's take a quick look at your updated weather forecast. Kind of goes like this. Day weather forecast, widespread haze in Casper, sunny otherwise, 83. Hazy in Lander with sun trying to break through, 85 the high. Evanston, sunny and 80. A little bit hazy in Rock Springs, sunny and 83. Pinedale, haze. That should clear out in the afternoon. Give way to sunshine, 78 the high in Pinedale. Afton, you'll get to 83 today with plenty of sun. DuBois, slight chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, 78. Jackson going to see some haze, otherwise sunny, 83. I didn't really see hazy skies yesterday. And where it's coming from is not our local fires. I saw a weather map, and I'll explain where we're getting that smoke from, that hazy skies from. Thermop, sunny, 88. Cody, hazy, sunny, 85. A hazy sun in Buffalo with a slight chance of rain in the afternoon with the highs 81. 89 at Sheridan, sunshine. Gillette, sunny, 85 today. Newcastle, 84, plenty of sunshine. Abundant sun in Torrington, 88. Wheatland, sunny, 85. Cheyenne, sunny in highs near 80. 77 in Laramie, sunny and 80 in Rawlins. That smoke, did I save it? I hope I saved it. Is coming from, I believe, Oregon fires. And it's coming like, whoop. And we'll ask Don. Don Day will be here. Because the technical term of where it's coming from, known as whoop, is probably not sufficient. It's coming, I'm pretty sure, from Oregon. Where did I save it? Because I also saved this story about why octopuses, or maybe it's octopi, are going to take over the planet. When mankind is finished, probably at the hands of computers and robots, octopuses, octopi will be the last thing left. They'll be the last man standing. You know, alligators, sharks, they've been around since the dinosaur age. No reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to hang on and survive. Of course, the cockroach, everybody says there'll be cockroaches long after we're gone. Cockroaches walk around with a kind of swag like, yeah, we've been here before you humans, and we'll be here long after. But it's the octopuses that are going to be around, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why later. No, I didn't save the stupid map. I think the fires are coming from Oregon and maybe a little bit of Idaho, but mostly Oregon, and they're coming up and around and back down into Wyoming. It's not the Dollar Lake fire's not throwing enough smoke to do anything to the rest of the state. It's these bigger Oregon fires. I'm not sure what they are or what they're named. Yeah. And Jen Coker looks like she will not be with us. I was leaving a little space for her. Other things we got to do today. A lot of special guests that we're going to be talking with. We're going to maybe talk about why The Rock is no longer The Rock. I mean, Dwayne Johnson, the actor. Have you seen a photograph of him lately? He's like the pebble. He's shrinking. Incredible shrinking rock. Bill Belichick got wiped out in his debut coaching UNC. We'll talk about that. Why do some people wrap their luggage in plastic? I've seen this. Why do some people saran wrap their luggage? There's even a service in airport, in some of the bigger airports, offering to wrap your luggage for you. What are they doing? Are you keeping your luggage from getting scuffed up? Maybe, possibly. There's a reason people wrap their luggage. We'll talk about that. We'll ask the TSA ourselves, does it matter? People who wrap their luggage, are they succeeding in achieving what their agenda is? And what is their agenda? You've seen people wrap their luggage, right? I have. I've often wondered, what's up with that? Renee Jean has a great piece on the new high-tech $43 million airport terminal in Rock Springs. It really is a makeover. Fantastic job. The best thing about Rock Springs. Maybe Rock Springs is making a comeback. It's possible. I mean, I know I like to make fun of Rock Springs for the meth, for the fact that once you drive 1 mile outside of the city, it feels like you're on Mars. I saw photos from Mars rover the other day, and I thought it was the Rock Springs Chamber of Commerce advertisement. I thought it was the Rock Springs tourism website. I'm not kidding. It looked exactly like visit Rock Springs and then insert a photo from the landscape of Mars taken by that fancy rover up there, whose name I forget. The rover has a name. It looked exactly the same. Rock Springs also has the old railroad days, its treatment of the Chinese to get past. I think they're slowly putting that in the rear view mirror. And Rock Springs has just kind of crimey trailer park feel to it. But it could be making a comeback, and this airport will help. It's beautiful. Wyoming Regional Airport Director Devin Brubaker said the aim was to shake up everything for Southwest Wyoming. And I think They're on to something. Brubaker said, we want to make sure that when we welcome visitors into our home, into our region, that the first and last impression they have is top notch. Whether it's the service, the facilities, the amenities, we want people who land in Rock Springs to have a first-class experience. Brubaker's talking about the high-tech $43 million makeover at Southwest Regional, and he's right. This place, from the photos, I guess Renee must have flew in. Renee always drives. She must have just drove there. But she gets some great photos. Renee also talks with the perfect person to be the voice of this story. I don't know whether she intentionally knew or just happened to bump into, but it just happened to be a pure coincidence that Sweetwater County Industry Relations Manager Allison Volsick was on her way to Wisconsin to visit her daughters last week. Her job is to promote the area, Sweetwater County. And she did not know necessarily about the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport makeover. I mean, I think she knew it was happening, but just like the rest of us, sort of in the back of your mind, oh yeah, they're fixing up the airport in Rock Springs. The day it had a soft opening, and there were balloons and there were all these things. It was like a soft opening that very day. And there were cookies and coffee complimentary out. It was like a big deal. She said that day I just happened to be traveling. I just happened to be flying out of there to go to Wisconsin. And she was blown away. She said it was pure coincidence. I was going out on a flight. So it was neat to be able to be there, share it with all the people. Volchek couldn't help but feel a little like a secret princess showing up for this momentous flight out of the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. There were sugar cookies for the occasion, water salute by the fire department to send off her plane. You know how they do with the boats, the tugboats shoot the water over the ship. They had 2 fire engines shooting water over the first plane out on that day of the new airport. The captain came out, addressed the passengers on the significance of the moment. Volchek commented to Renee Jean about what the airport looked like. Took a bunch of photos, huge floor-to-ceiling digital screen showcasing tourism opportunities in Sweetwater County in larger-than-life 3D color. Volchek said, we used to have a television out there for years that would show images of Sweetwater County, but it was just a tiny little TV, like the kind they have in the corner of the rec room at a prison. Now these screens are huge and they span several walls, 3-panel screens. I'm looking at some photos of them now. I'll share them with our visual product. Those of you on radio will just have to imagine. But the terminal, there's the fire truck spray water salute. The terminal is definitely cool. Yeah, I don't know how they do that video. Oh, I got to get one of these. As soon as I purchase a flat screen TV, I have buyer's remorse that I didn't buy big enough. You cannot have a big enough flat screen TV as a guy who watches sports, right? Not until it's life size, until the football players are as tall as me. If I stood next to my TV and took a picture, I want to be like, I want the TV to show me life-size images. That's how I need a huge TV. And then even if I bought the biggest TV they sell in the Walmarts, I still would have buyer's remorse when I see one of these screens that spans, that can bend. It's on a whole wall, and when the wall goes around the corner, so does the TV screen. It's like the TV screen is your entire wall of your entire house. That's the future. I need one of them. I need one of those TV screens that can bend and wrap around my whole living room. Yeah. They got one at the Rock Springs Airport Terminal. Looks fantastic. Yeah, I like what they're doing here. I like it a lot. And there's not much I like about Rock Springs, but this is cool. And I do like the complex out there. They got a nice rodeo facility. Maybe Rock Springs is making a comeback. It could be. I mean, there's been no recent stories of crime or an arrest made. Most of the stabbings lately in Cowboy State Daily have been centered around Rock Springs, or centered around Casper. That's now the new Rock Springs, stabbing central of Wyoming. Cheyenne, though, is getting crimey. Cheyenne, they're stealing diapers off your porch. Come on, Cheyenne. We're better than this. And you want to legalize marijuana. Not that that's going to bring crime, but it kind of does. It'll bring the bad element of the Front Range. Cheyenne is heavily influenced by the riffraff in Colorado and the Front Range because Wyomingites don't do this. Wyomingites don't steal diapers off the porch of a mom who's just trying to get by. That's not what we do. In fact, the story, great story from Renee Jean in the Cowboy State Daily, talks about a mother who ordered diapers from the Amazon, right? Everybody orders from Amazon. And they weren't on the porch. No, she ordered from Walmart. Someone stole them, porch pirates in Cheyenne. And I think the mom said she just recently moved here from Washington and said they didn't do this in Washington State. She said they didn't do this in Washington. Is this what Cheyenne, Wyoming is like? Do people steal stuff off your porch? Diapers? A box of diapers? I think it was the mom that said that. It might have been somebody else in the story. Yeah. Miller. The woman is Harley Miller. She entered a dispute with Walmart, said, my diapers are missing. She ordered that along with dog food. And the driver, the person who left the delivery, showed a photo of the delivery, but the photo did not include the box of diapers. So did the driver walk up? Who would steal diaper? And that was the theme of the whole story from Renee Jean. Who would steal? How low can you go to steal diapers from somebody's porch? Walmart refunded Miller right away when the photo showed no box of diapers on her doorstep. But Miller was still upset that somebody in Wyoming would take a $20 box of pull-ups, literally stealing from a baby. Miller and her husband Josh had recently moved to Wyoming from Washington, trying to get a new start. Money's tight right now. And she and her husband have both been DoorDash drivers as a side hustle. They heard that they've heard from other drivers that people are stealing their food orders before anybody can pick them up. But diapers? Who does that? Said the mom. They're diapers. And she said, and here's what breaks my heart. She said, we just moved here from Washington, moved here in June, and we never had issues like this in Washington. Is that a wake-up call, Wyoming? Is that a wake-up call, Cheyenne? Get better, be better, do better. This is Wyoming, and I hate to see the meth and fentanyl get in. I hate to see the crime creep in. We don't do this in Wyoming, stealing diapers from moms. We didn't do that. We had no issues like this in Washington, says the mom. And my welcome to Wyoming, just got here in June, is we steal diapers from your porch. We steal anything you leave laying out. That's horrible. That's terrible. That's an awful look. That kind of stuff's got to stop because that is not Wyoming. That's big city crap. Let's take a break. Get Greg Johnson in here in a moment.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Greg Johnson's here. I had to put the hat on. I'm having one of them hair days. Greg, you know the struggle. Guys like you and I have with the... Sometimes you have a hair day that...
Yeah, I haven't known that struggle in a while.
Graham Greene has walked on. The Oneida First Nations actor, dead at the age of 73. I love this guy in any role I've ever seen him in.
Yeah, I think the first thing I ever saw him in was Dances with Wolves.
Yeah. He's so good. I can't remember my favorite movie I've seen him in, but he's just a great actor, great representative of Oneida First Nations tribe, and yeah, cool dude. I thought I would love to get to know him. One of those guys you'd like to have dinner with, What if you had a multiple choice list? Who would you love to have dinner with? Kim Kardashian, President Trump, Graham Greene. Arch Manning.
Why Arch Manning?
I don't know. I'll just throw 4 guys in there. I only thought of them because I watched the game finally yesterday. A little bit of it, like the repeat when they take out all the huddling. Oh, I love football so much better on the condensed version. Without the huddles and the beer commercials and the 12 minutes, they got to look and see if somebody stepped on a blade of grass that was out of bounds. Oh,
I don't know. I bet you even the expedited version of yesterday's North Carolina game would still be painful.
Yeah, without the cutaways to Belichick's face. Oh, you got hammered.
Everybody was like, "What's Belichick gonna do? What are they gonna be like?" Man, they were just embarrassed. I mean, they just weren't ready.
Not even the mastermind Belichick can save UNC. And look, this is just proof the UNC's a college, is a basketball college. They don't play football. And they didn't play football the other night. They looked terrible.
No. Last night it was bad. It was more than bad. Everybody was like, and he's usual himself, is like, they played better than us tonight. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. With his,
we're on to Charlotte. I think that's their next game is Charlotte.
Was he wearing that god awful hoodie that he's been wearing?
He's wearing a hoodie. It was so bad at the end of the game, calling the game. I think it was Kirk Herbstreit put his dog on the headset for the last 2 minutes and said, "Here, buddy, you call the game." His
famous dog.
No, this is his other one.
Oh,
his famous dog died.
Oh.
So this is the other one. Yeah, it had him up in the booth. The headset on the dog. You could hear him panting into the mic.
That's how bad it became. Yeah. Well, even the great Bill Belichick, mastermind coach for the Patriots, cannot turn around a program that fast. Prime did. Prime could. Although, guess what, Greg? Your CSU is ranked 2 spots lower than Wyoming. Wyoming's ranked 85th overall, and CSU 87th right now.
CSU is not mine. I don't claim CSU at all.
Oh, what?
I'm a CU.
Oh, CU. Oh, that's right. I got 1 extra letter in there.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
Does it? Let's see the rankings. Now I lost where I put them. Dang it. What did I do with it? Penn State's number 1 now. Who did they beat? Why are they number 1?
I don't know. Well, it could be their number 1 because everybody else lost.
I know.
I'm surprised why Ohio State wouldn't be number 1.
Ohio State looked their defense.
They beat the number 1 team.
Yeah.
Right. And they were number 3. And so they don't get to be number 1.
They did jump like 4 spots maybe, but no, that wasn't enough. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Why is Penn State number 1? Who did they beat last week? How impressive was... I don't even remember. Notre Dame lost. A lot of the top 10s lost. All right, we're re-ranking 1 through 136. Arch Manning looked terrible. Golly. Ohio State moved up 3 spots after beating Texas 14-7. Their defense looked great. Maybe it was because the offense was a little... that was a defensive battle. LSU, I don't know if LSU is all that. They beat Clemson, but come on. Yeah, Penn State number 1. All right, where's your CU, not CSU ranking? I don't see. Stupid Siri. It's not searchable, this list. Dang it. I don't know. But probably below Wyoming. Wyoming's great.
Great?
Yeah. And CU lost, right?
I didn't say they were great.
Well, I can't even find them as I scan the list. They must be down.
We'll find out. I mean, they're what are they playing? They play each other.
Okay. Well, the day they meet, get ready. Have you seen?
I hope maybe by that time they'll have a Ralphie going.
Who's Ralphie? Their mascot?
Yeah, that's the one they had to stop. We talked about that. Ralphie was decided she didn't want to run anymore.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Ralphie's done, and they have to get next Ralphie going, but he's not ready. He or she.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, we got our dog and pony show going. Whoever the newest pony is. Yeah, Colorado State 87. I don't even know where. I can't find CU. Below Rice. Below. They can't be below Colorado State, can they? That's impossible.
I don't know. At this point where someone might be 1-0 and someone 0-1.
Yeah. Have you seen The Rock lately? He's not The Rock anymore.
No, what's up with The Rock?
Dwayne Johnson. The Rock is like the Pebble. He's skinny. He don't look like The Rock.
Oh, did he stop juicing?
Oh, them's fighting words.
What? Are you kidding me?
Come on, The Rock is untouchable, dude. He's great in everything. I love The Rock. Not too many actors I would like and respect. The Rock's cool. You put Rock in any movie and it's better instantly. Dwayne Johnson's any movie. Snakes on a Plane, whatever. The biggest junker going and he can fix it. He's The Rock.
Okay.
The movie where he flies a helicopter when San Francisco gets an earthquake. That's a great one. Doesn't hurt having his daughter played by what's her face. But The Rock is great. And Buddy's shrinking. Incredible Shrinking Rock. People magazine says Dwayne, and it's probably because he's showing emotion. Dwayne Johnson weeps is the headline as the smashing machine receives 15-minute standing ovation at the Venice Film Festival. That's going on right now or recently. He looks a lot. I don't know. It's not health related. He's just on a different diet, but it's a different Rock. The Smashing Machine. I'll be looking for that biopic of Mark Kerr, MMA fighter. I'm not familiar. Starring Emily Blunt as well. And critics, I guess, loved it. But The Rock, 53-year-old, looks a lot different. He is shrinking. He's the Pebble.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's all natural, I'm sure.
What's on your radar?
Just getting back after the weekend. And getting everybody in and going. I mean, I tell you what, I can't get over Bill Belichick's loss like that. I mean,
I can get over. I'm over that guy in 2 seconds.
And the thing is for him, supposed to be like this this best guy ever and all this stuff and for his team to have like not be prepared whatsoever. I mean, and what is teeny bopper girlfriend is on the field during practices and stuff. What the heck is going on?
Yeah. I don't know why he took the job. I mean, he's got nothing left to prove in football.
Well, nobody in the pros would give him a job.
Right. I mean,
I don't know if he
it's
took
a
this
step
to like
down.
prove him wrong or something, but I don't know. Maybe it's the only way his girlfriend could get into college. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't even know why he can. I'm like, he's getting to be an old dude. He did it all and just fade into the sunset. But I'm at, maybe he still loves football, still wants to be. And I can see some that would call it a lateral move, but I say a step down. When you go from coaching the NFL and you're a legend doing it to coaching a college, that seems like a demotion. Although, with Prime and others, the movement between college and NFL sometimes is a lateral move. But I don't know why he wants all that challenge of taking a whole new taking a school that's it's not like he's taking over Alabama, although he may be in that job consideration the way Bama's playing.
Alabama didn't look all that good either.
No, they're going to fire that coach.
Hey, okay.
But he
so
took
People
over.
magazine said Dwayne Johnson weeped.
Yeah.
But Variety says he uncontrollably sobs.
Ooh.
Which was it? Was he just weeping or was he uncontrollably sobbing?
I saw a video of his reaction actually, and it was neither. It looked fake. It looked like Dwayne Johnson was he did one of these like, oh wow, I just won something. That was it. It was not uncontrollable weeping. Oh boy, that's over the top. That's like TMZ stuff. He wiped a tear from his eye. He was happy that his movie did good.
Okay. So he didn't uncontrollably sob.
No. That's outrageous. That's fake news. So too is this letter purported to be from Cracker Barrel. Did you read this online?
I did not.
I wish Cracker Barrel actually wrote this. It's fantastic, but it's also fake. Nothing is real. Cracker Barrel admitting to the mistake of the rebrand instead of just running and hiding from it. This would have been great. And people are sharing it online as they think it's real. And people are posting things like Cracker Barrel for the win. And Cracker Barrel supposedly writes an official statement saying, "Dear America, we heard you. We screwed up. And wow, did we screw up royally. Our new logo rollout was supposed to be fresh and inclusive. Instead, it was about as welcomed as a vegan sausage on our breakfast menu. Let's not dance around it. Blah, blah, blah." And it's a fantastic letter. It's exactly
it's all fake, huh?
Yeah, it's gotta be. I didn't look it up. I didn't Snopes it, but they talked about firing the CEO. Came up with the idea. They said, yes, she's out of her last day is Friday. They said in the letter they would never do that if that was the case. But they had a section. Here's what's happening. The new logo. Gone, gone, shredded. Pretend it was a bad dream. The old timer, he's back forever. The old timer is the Herschel dude who's sitting on the chair. It's a great letter. If this was from Cracker Barrel, it would be a total rebound. They would have used what could have been a dumpster fire, and they would have turned it into Rising from the Ashes in Phoenix. What am I talking about? It would have been a complete turnaround, resurrection. But it's, I guess, fake. Too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So please, America, come back.
What you want them to say.
Yeah, it's exactly what I want them to. If they've had any set of cojones. So please, America, come back. Forgive us. Sit in the rocking chair. Drown your sorrows in biscuits and gravy. And remember, Cracker Barrel is supposed to feel like grandma's house, not a corporate diversity retreat gone wrong. Love it. Signed, Cracker Barrel PR department. If only that was a true letter, they might be back like they claim to be, but No, they did the
did you see that the Polish CEO has apologized for taking that ball cap? Said he thought it was for him.
Oh, so he's feeling the heat. Last we heard, he's like, "You got to be faster, kid. That's why I'm on top." He was beating his chest. That's why I'm a CEO and a millionaire. I'm fast. Snatch it. Now he's saying, "Oops, thought it was for me."
Yeah,
I'm not buying that. I saw the video. He's laughing about it.
He apologized and everything, but of course, that's the thing, man. I mean, is that something? Do you fire him over it?
Ooh.
I mean, that's how much damage just by being that company CEO does he do to him?
Yeah, but this is outside the purview of his job. It's not job related. If they fired him, it would be a lawsuit. He would sue.
I don't think so. You totally can for that.
I don't know what happened with the other dude, the Coldplay guy. Is he fired?
Well, he got canned too.
He could sue.
But I mean, that was the thing. That was with the affair was with someone on staff. Was a coworker.
Yeah. Well, the Polish guy is getting his 15 minutes of fame, but what's it going to mean for him? He'll still be able.
What did he do with that cap, though? Did he keep it? Does he still got it?
Right. Is he going to give it to the kid? Apology
the kid
not
was taken
accepted.
care of. The player went back and took care of the kid.
Oh, he did? That's nice.
Yes. Yeah, got him a bunch of stuff.
Aw, good.
Another hat. Oh, yeah. So the kid got taken care of. But
yeah. Good.
What about this guy? Does he still keep it?
Yeah, you can have the hat if he needs it that bad. Whatever, dude. So desperate to have that hat, he could buy 10 of them to put on his yacht. I don't know. He's the most hated guy on the internet for sure. Apology not accepted.
If you keep it, then do you display it? Do you say, "Hey, here it is, guys.
Here's that hat.
Here's the famous hat.
The hat I stole from the kid." Yeah, you could have the hat in a glass box.
Yeah, you can put the picture next to it.
Yeah, along with the photo of the kid bawling. Yeah, here's my hat, and here's the kid I took it from, crying his eyes out. Crying like the Rock over his stupid hat.
Uncontrollably sobbing.
Controllably weeping. All right, we got to take a break here. Greg, what's happening?
I'll stick around.
Okay, fantastic. We'll be right back after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media. But broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Greg Johnson's with us, and I'm sure most brick and mortar car dealers hate the idea of buying a vehicle online. Amazon's selling cars now. And imagine the size of the drone delivery there. The drone's got to be the size of like a Black Hawk helicopter that drops off the car at your front porch. But a car dealership, here's what's going to happen. People that like to, there's a reason there's such a thing as a test drive. People like to feel the car, see the car, smell the car, touch the car, and see how it drives. It's important to people. So what they'll do is what you see a lot of people do when they're shopping around a brick and mortar is they'll go test drive it at the dealership and then go buy it on Amazon. So the dealership gets screwed. You see a lot of people doing the same similar thing when they go to a store. They take pictures of items, and sometimes the store personnel will come out and they'll tell you no cameras, no pictures, because they know what you're doing. You're taking pictures of stuff and you're matching it up online with something. You're like, the same item, I could get it $10 cheaper on Amazon. And they leave the store without buying it. People will test drive cars and then go buy them on Amazon.
Well, these are dealers who are putting them on Amazon.
Dealers in another state, yeah, a dealership in Colorado will put this car online.
No,
for
it's dealership in Wyoming. It was in the story. Ken Garf here, Hyundai they're putting cars online on Amazon now. So it hurts.
But the purchaser can live anywhere. So if you,
yeah. I mean, they're putting them online all over the place anyway.
That's true.
They pop up on Facebook. They pop off. I mean, they're putting them up online everywhere they can think of. And you're right. Some people are like, I got to sit in the thing. I got to drive it. But then I think there's others too who are like, man, any way I can not go to the dealership and deal with that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to not do it.
Right. You don't want that whole, some people want that whole hassle. Renee Jean talked to one guy who said, yeah, I like the bargain. I'm going to bargain it down. I don't want to just a set price on the Amazon and click. I want to find the true value of the car. But yeah, most people don't want to talk to the guy in the loud sports jacket. I get it.
Yeah. Although it's like a casino. I don't know how many people are actually getting bargains by bargaining with the,
right.
You know, and the thing is, I wonder though, is if you're doing that, if they're putting it up on Amazon, if it's financed, I guess it's still financed through the dealership. So they still do their sweetheart finance stuff.
Yeah.
They add a few points to it.
And that's where the dealership makes their money, apparently. It used to be the unnecessary undercoating. Oh, you want the rust protection, but most people learn like pretty quick to say no. And now that's where they jack you with this financing. You got to go with financing in place, kids. I didn't realize, and you can already buy stuff online, obviously cars online. Carvana, I didn't realize they had a little bit of a bad rep.
I never considered them that much, so I didn't read. I never researched them a whole lot.
I mean, I've seen the commercials like everybody else, but yeah, they're called a total disaster by somebody in this story Renee talked to. Dallas Terrell, manager of Terrell Chevrolet in Cheyenne. He's like, yeah, Carvana? No.
Well, I just a few months ago I bought a car, and what I did was I saw it online.
Yeah.
But it was on the dealership's website. But I saw it on the website, and I looked at it, and I looked at everything, researched it, and then I went and I said, I want to look at this car.
Yeah.
And it was still there, so I drove it and everything. So I kind of did my shopping first through their inventory online and everything.
Yeah. That's what a lot of people do. And there's a lot of dealerships will honor that price that you find somewhere else online. If you find a car, if it's that same car, if you go to, I want a Ford F-150, real popular with this package. You find it online somewhere, and that's the one you wanted. And then you go to the dealership and you're like, hey, down in Denver, they have this same truck for this. So a lot of times the dealership will deal with you and honor that same price. They'll even advertise that they do that. But yeah, the researching part of buying a car, a lot of people do that online, especially if you kind of know what you want, what you're looking at.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I was kind of knew what I wanted too. So
yeah. I'm excited to see the new Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. What a makeover. What an updo that they got in Rock Springs. Looks cool from the photos. Beautiful. High-tech, modern age in Rock Springs.
The video wall is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Through the corners and stuff.
Yeah, I'm jealous of that. And now I need one. I want to watch college football on a video wall. Wonder how I could get one of them. Yeah, that is really neat. It looks pretty cool. Flying in and out of Rock Springs just got better. What else do you see?
I don't know. I'm just excited for football. NFL starts this weekend.
Go Bills. Yeah.
Yep. What are the good matchups? I know the Broncos have Tennessee. Let's see. There's a game, let's see, Thursday, Dallas at Philadelphia. That'll be a Dallas loss.
Probably.
And then there's a game on Friday.
Is there?
Yeah, Kansas City at Los Angeles. And it says the TV on it is YouTube.
Oh, man.
So that game's on YouTube.
Which I have YouTube, but YouTube TV, but still, I don't like when the games, you got to have like 10 subscriptions to watch football or any sport. Does the NFL package cover that game? It better.
Well, I'm sure it covers all of them.
Yeah. So we got Amazon playing games on Thursday. Are they the Thursday guys? And we got YouTube.
Well, no, it says NBC and Peacock.
And
it was Amazon for the last few years, huh? But it doesn't say Amazon.
Yeah, I don't like change like that. Football, I'm still getting used to Monday Night Football. Football should be on 2 games, early and late on Sunday. On Sunday, that's it.
Monday is Minnesota at Chicago.
Minnesota.
I tell you what, though, the Sunday night game is a good one. Baltimore at Buffalo. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that will be
Lamar
a good
Jackson,
one.
Josh Allen, right off the bat.
Right. All right. Yeah, you're settled. You're looking football already. It's only Tuesday. You got your eye on the weekend. I like it. I like how you're thinking, Greg. All right, we got to bounce. Have a great Tuesday.
All right, see you.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here after top of the hour news break. Thanks for spending your day with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Red Canyon fire had already burned up thousands of acres of rangeland when it reached the Philp family on Bridger Creek and their property in Hot Springs County. A coordinated attack by wildland firefighters and their resources spared the Philp ranch, and thanks to the efforts of the wildland firefighters stationed in the area, all of their livestock survived as well. But how do you thank a group of people who went over and above to save your livelihood? Why, by feeding them, of course, according to Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy.
The Red Canyon fire has burned up thousands of acres of land here in Hot Springs County. I've seen the devastation firsthand. It's scorched earth. But one of the things that our ranchers wanted to do was say thank you. Thank you to all those hundreds of firefighters that came out and saved our property and saved the structures from burning up. And they said it the good old Wyoming way, with a feast.
The Red Canyon fire was started by lightning August 13th. It's now about 90% contained and has been held at 125,000 acres. Sweetwater County's Industry Relations Manager, Allison Volchik, was on her way to Wisconsin to visit her daughters last week, flying out of the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. But she found herself doing a bit of a double take because she had coincidentally booked herself a seat on the first flight out of the brand new airport terminal. She told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that there was quite the celebration for the significant moment.
It was becoming so out of date, it couldn't accommodate the new jets that are coming along. So they needed a new terminal. They've added a few bells and whistles, though, that I think are really cool, including this floor-to-ceiling digital screen that shows huge pictures of things to do in Southwest Wyoming. They're shaking up the tourism scene a little bit there. And then also the economic development scene. An airport like that just makes a great first impression to workers who are looking at potentially relocating there.
Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport Director Devin Brubaker said that the airport's $44 million expansion and renovation puts it on par with some of the best airports in the state. Born in Cheyenne and raised in Evanston, Rob Wallace served as Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior, overseeing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Park Service during the first Trump administration. Wallace is one of the recipients of the 15th Annual Murray Spirit of Conservation Award presented Tuesday by the Teton Science Schools, where Wallace once served on the board of directors. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to several people about why Wallace was an excellent choice to receive the honor.
I talked to Paul Ulrich, who's worked with Rob on numerous things. I also talked to two of the leaders at the School of Science, and they said, this guy is a natural choice for this award because he's really good at listening to everybody and building a coalition from the ground up, because at the end of the day, that's what really gets things done.
Wallace said one of his proudest moments came with the completion of the sale of the 640-acre Kelly parcel in Teton County, which secures the parcel for public access. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A box of diapers was stolen from a delivery order made Friday by a young mother newly moved to Cheyenne. Harley Miller and her husband had worked as DoorDash drivers in the past and had heard of other drivers stealing food orders, but diapers from little babies? This seemed like a new low. Miller told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she never expected to ever get the stolen diapers back, let alone have people rally to solve the caper. But that's exactly what happened.
This young lady moved here to Wyoming from Washington. She doesn't know anybody. She's there all by herself. Her husband's an over-the-road truck driver. She doesn't have a car, so it's not easy for her to get around. She's really depending on that delivery of diapers to get there in a timely fashion. At the same time, there were people that found the diapers at a Maverick, and they're like, let's see if we can find who these belong to, because darn it, we're tired of the Porch Pirates too.
Miller said she's been particularly impressed by the friendliness of her new Wyoming community. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Jake and Constance. Constance Beverly pops into the conversation. She's the CEO of Share Winter Foundation. It used to be some big, long acronym. Thank goodness she changed that. We'll get to what Share Winter is, but I want people to know, Constance, your story, which is, it's integral into who you are, why you're doing what you're doing. It's so cool. So can we start? First off, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you being on here.
Thanks for having me.
I want you to talk about, tell us who you are from the beginning, and then all the way up to CEO, because I want to be BFFs with you right now. You grew
Awesome.
up. You are like chasing powder. I know we're going to talk about winter sports in Wyoming. That's like a year-round conversation. So we got our eye on winter. But you grew up in Akron, Ohio, somehow got to skiing from there, and you did it a hard way because you didn't grow up, there wasn't ski resorts everywhere, and skiing was a challenge for your family. I want you to talk about that. And then all of a sudden, you're this lawyer on Wall Street. You lost your way, I guess, for a little while. And now this is your calling where you are now. So tell us who Constance Beverly is.
Yeah, just like me and LeBron, I'm just a kid from Akron.
Hey!
I grew up in Akron, Ohio. My parents were avid skiers. My dad was a big time skier, and he got my mom to become a big time skier, and then his daughters to become skiers. But unfortunately, he passed when I was 9. And as we all know, skiing is expensive, and it was still expensive in the 90s, but now it's really expensive. And I know we'll get to that. But yeah, that wasn't really an option after he passed. I lost my ski buddy. So, here I am in Akron. I taught myself to snowboard a couple years later because emotionally I just wasn't ready to get back to skiing. And there were coupons in the paper to go to Boston Mills Brandywine, all vertical of like 800 feet, big time mountains in Ohio, y'all, big time mountains. And I eavesdropped on lessons because the deal was you didn't get the lesson and they thought you'd buy the lesson, but no, you can sit right outside the lesson.
I love that.
Not that I'm advocating for that. I know my friends, the snow instructors, would not like that I said that, but hey, Girls got to figure out how to
You
snowboard.
got to do what you got to do. Yes.
Do what you got to do.
So you see this coupon in the paper, you clip it out, you get a freebie trip to the resort, you listen in on how to snowboard, because for you, that was going to be a new thing. And okay, so, you're only good for the one coupon. Then...
Yeah. Well, then I realized that if I went to a different window with a different coupon the next day, that most of the time they wouldn't check because we didn't have all this high-tech stuff in like 95, right? So I did that. And then I realized that the beginner Bunny Hill lift ticket, if you were like nice to the lifties, they'd like look the other way. So I kind of scammed my way a few winters through holiday weekends on coupons, learning how to snowboard. I just remember my mom would drop me off. She's like, you got to be here all day. I got to work. So like, if you get cold, go in the lodge. See you when I get off work.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how my snowboarding career began. And then while I was in college, I got a scholarship to study abroad. And I was like, I want to go to the mountains. So I got on a train and went to Switzerland because it was the cheapest train ticket I could find at the cheapest resort I could find, the cheapest lodging. And, spent the night in a train station in Frankfurt, got chased out by dogs, ended up at the ski resort, got to the top and realized I had never been on a mountain and getting down was a little bit different at a couple thousand feet vert. But yeah, I fell in love with it. And then while I was in law school, because I was going to be an environmental lawyer, or so I thought, I started volunteering with a group that took kids from the New York area, snowboarding, skateboarding, and surfing. And if you went and you volunteered, you got to go for free. So I figured that was going to be my little hustle, that I would get back into snowboarding or get to go a couple times a year by going with kids. And that, was, oh God, I guess that was 20 years ago now. Oh,
no, it can't be.
I know. Me, I'm but 25. But yeah, I fell in love with it. And then while I was a lawyer, because I got offered a job on Wall Street, ended up working on, the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy. That was not part of the life plan. But it did fund the ability to actually snowboard for real. I think I bought my first season pass at like 28 when I was living in Los Angeles. So yeah, little wayward ways, but started working with athletes and nonprofits that were taking kids skiing, and I was willing to work for free. So I ended up picking up a lot of pro bono clients and then decided maybe that's what I should do with my life. And a couple hop, skips, and a jump on over to running the Share Winter Foundation.
I love that. Share Winter. You've been there since 2017.
Yes.
This year alone, Share Winter will fund over 45,000 youth and programs across the country. Share Winter, tell me how it works. We have a local program that perhaps you fund. I think you are involved with them. Combs Outdoors.
Yeah, we do. We fund the Coombs Foundation. We have for, I think 6 or 7 years now.
So cool.
Yeah, we're big fans. Big fans.
I've seen the model and it works. We have like 30% of our population in Jackson Hole is from Mexico. They're in the service industry and they didn't grow up with skiing. They didn't grow up with winter sports, so they don't know about it. And they have, limited ability to approach it. The barrier to entry for skiing, snowboarding, for a lot of people with lift tickets now. And just if it isn't in your background, you're probably not going to get into it. But I've watched these kids, man, just ripping now, and they would have never, been on the mountain. And it's a long winter, and for something for them to do. So bringing winter sports to, the predominantly white, not to non-white, Black, Latinx, Native American communities. Yep. I love the idea. Tell me what it is you do. You just give them money, write them a check, or what do you do?
Well, we're more than a check, which is what we like to say. So we are the largest fund in the United States that I know of. And if there's any others, I'd like to partner with them just in case there's like a big fund that funds skiing that I don't know about. We'd love your help. But what we do is we raise a bunch of money nationally that likely the smaller local organizations wouldn't get access to, either because they're small or a large foundation or a major donor wouldn't necessarily want to give to just one program. So what we have is a portfolio of amazing programs across the country, from Cincinnati, Ohio to Brooklyn, New York to Anchorage, Alaska, all over, that are doing essentially the same thing, which is providing quality, at least 4 days on snow, instruction, all of the things that you need to build your own ski community. And so what we do is we provide the funding, but then we provide access to industry knowledge. We help as thought partners. We've started programs where there are no longstanding programs in areas that aren't currently getting served. We work with Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs, youth serving organizations, immigrants groups, etc. And we kind of give them a snowboard program or a ski program in a box and the money to do it. And we coach them along the way. In some cases, we negotiate with the mountains to get better deals, better access. We have a partnership with the Altera Mountain Company where all of the programs that we've vetted and fund get to go for free, 4 days on snow, lift, lesson, rental, and lunch, which is great. Gives us the money to pay for transportation, staffing, etc. So what we do is we try to just work with everyone who wants to get involved, from individual donors to major brands, to give what they can. And then we make sure we distribute it fairly and equitably across the country in a way that we can get the most kids on snow as humanly possible.
And you, I've seen your website. You work with many. You help many organizations.
Yeah,
I was scrolling endlessly.
Yeah, that's a lot of scrolling.
You work with a lot of people. Now, how do you mentioned a little bit about the fundraising. I mean, how do you make it work? Who are your major funders? What's your budget look like? How do you get your money?
Yeah. Well, what's crazy is, unfortunately, a lot of our money doesn't come from the ski industry. A very small portion does. The Altera Mountain Company is our biggest donor in kind and in cash as far as that. But most of them come from individuals, like people like you and me, who can give $5 a month or $10 here and there in order to help keep costs low for all of our organizations. We have a lot of high net worth donors who really care about and believe in skiing as a transformative experience. We do have some brands like Rosignol and Head, Serious Innovation, and they come in and they give us checks and in-kind goods. We have like Akova gives us like $50,000 worth of jackets every year. They're, a newer business, but they've been dedicated from the very beginning to making sure that they give back. And then a lot of mountains who are willing to give us discounted lift tickets, lessons, and rentals, so that whatever dollars we do raise, it's, they go further. So it's a community effort. It's the industry and just people who love skiing. So anyone can help us show winter.
Yeah. And
the more the better.
Right. You would think it would make sense to expose, the next generation to skiing, because sooner or later they can't afford a ski lift ticket. And that's your next customer in an industry that's always wondering how they can survive, That sounds smart. What you're trying to do, besides just helping winter sports be approachable for inner city people, for people who just skiing's not their thing, you're changing, this is long-term stuff, changing a culture, and you don't do it overnight. The culture of skiing is, the affluent guy whose sweater costs more than the car you drove to the resort, but you're doing it one day at a time, man.
Yeah. It's everyone wants instant results. A lot of times people were like, well, are all these kids going to buy a season pass next year now that it's been free? And I was like, we must crawl, walk, run. We all start on the bunny hill, my friends.
Yeah.
They have to start somewhere. But what we're talking about is fixing generations of a culture gap. So as we're seeing some of the kids that we've been working with for 5 and 6 years graduate. They're coming back as alumni. We're recruiting new staff members in these new programs who always wanted to snowboard and are learning to snowboard with the kids. They're buying passes. And a lot of it is just, we might see a 10-year kind of slow uptick, because the industry said that the likelihood that you're going to become a skier depends on whether your parents were skiers. So if all of these kids, even if they don't buy a season pass next year, when they become parents, when they have, money of their own and jobs of their own to make that choice, they've also been exposed to and feel like they're a part of the culture. So that culture gap is slowly going to narrow, but it will take time and a lot of effort. You can't undo years and years of anything overnight, but we think we're making a pretty good dent. We're pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I've watched it work in a short amount of time here locally at Jackson Hole, where we have a few ski resorts. We got a few mountains that we ski.
Just a few.
Yeah.
A couple of really great mountains.
That is so cool. I love what you're doing. If you need another organization to add to the endless scrolling on your website, I don't know if you know, I just mentioned it because we're going to have him on later in the show. Antelope Butte, Antelope Butte Ski Resort. So cool. The only ski resort in the U.S. that tells kids they can ski free. Like,
yeah, they are former grantees of ours. We only fund youth programs. So now that it's free, so they probably don't need us.
Right.
But I think they're so amazing, and watching them grow. We started with them as they, started their 501c3 and moved in this direction. And I'm so proud of them. I think what they're doing is amazing. Because if you're a family and you have multiple kids, that gets really expensive. And so what happens is you lose the parents. And so when you're providing that opportunity, you're keeping entire ski families in the game for longer. And I actively encourage anyone that can support that mountain, go hang out, buy a season pass. Like, it's very affordable. It's a very cool place. We love them. And if there's a way for us to help them, we'd love to chat.
Hey, we're all rising tide lifts all boats. We're just trying to, make skiing, snowboarding, whatever your winter sport jam is. We're trying to get you there and remove the barriers, which is money in a great part. But yeah, I love what you're doing. Share Winter Foundation. This is the CEO, Constance Beverly. And how do we send you money?
Yeah, I mean, if you jump on our website, there's easy ways to donate right there. Our address is there if you want to go old school and send a check. But yeah, sharewinterfoundation.org. Or if you want to send us an email, info@sharewinter.org, and we'll get right back to you.
Constance, thanks for what you're doing. Love your life story. You're so cool.
Oh, thanks.
And anytime you need to be back on to tell us what's going on, please reach out.
I'd love to. It's so fun. Have a wonderful day and a great ski season.
Thank you. You too. Constance Beverly, Share Winter Foundation. I love it. Let's, on the theme of winter, please don't tell me it's winter already. We're going to talk to our weather guy, Don Day, get him in the room, and we'll see if maybe winter is in the near future. No, can't be. I think we're enjoying an extended summer. I'm hoping. There's Don, day weather forecast. Don, I had a question for you. It does not include La Nina, so you'll be happy to know that. What was my question? I wrote it down. Oh yeah, we've talked about this, I think, but my memory is bad, and then our listeners, we don't always know we have the same listeners from when we talked about it. Tell me about orographic lift, mountains forcing air upwards.
Okay, so this is important, especially in the Intermountain West, and really anywhere where there's a mountain, or even, you'd be surprised, it doesn't take much of a topographical feature to move the air. But this is what you got to remember, was as the atmosphere interfaces with the ground and it hits mountains, that air can't go into the rock. It can't go into the trees. It has to go up. Okay. And when you force air up, remember that the atmosphere we live and breathe in is made up of gases, right? Oxygen and nitrogen and all of those things. When you take these gases and you lift them to the atmosphere higher, you go into an area of lower pressure. And lower pressure, the gases expand, and that makes things get cooler. So when you force air up, the most important thing to remember is it gets cooler. If it gets cooler and there's enough moisture in the air, then what ends up happening is as that air is forced up, it can make it easier. Doesn't always make it rain or snow or make clouds, but it makes it easier. So when we get into situations, especially here later as we get into fall and winter, when that air is forced up, we call that upslope, uphill. It's a big factor in making it snow in the mountains, especially in the winter, but rain as well, and low clouds and fog. So when air is forced up, it cools and it condenses if conditions are right. The opposite happens when we get a Chinook, when the air goes down. When air is forced down, the gases are compressed. And when the gases are compressed, they warm up.
I think we've all known, especially anyone who lives near a mountain, that mountains have a dynamic effect on weather. Visitors to Wyoming are not used to it. In the summer, they'll see snow caps on the mountain, and it's late August. They'll be like, "How can there be snow up there?" And you explain how much snow we get, but then you also tell them about the mountains and elevation change, and on average, 4 to 5 degrees loss every 1,000 feet you climb. So yeah, there's snow on the mountains. What effect does all this mean when you're talking about Wyoming that has a higher elevation? We're able to go from very cold in the morning to hot in the afternoon because we're starting at like 6,000 feet and going higher on the valley floor. What does that do to weather?
Well, yeah, and also keep in mind, we're about as far away from an ocean as you can get.
Yeah.
And so our air is drier. The drier the air is, the bigger the range between a high and low temperature can be. And so that's another factor as well. But Wyoming is so unique with its geography. If you look at Wyoming's mountain ranges and our basins and our valleys, there's no other Western state that has anything really like what we have. So it makes our climate and our weather very unique compared to other states, even in the Central Rockies. I mean, Montana, most of the mountains are in the central and the west. It's all plains in the east. Colorado, same thing. Mountain, central, and west, plains in the east. Wyoming is plains, mountains, plains, mountains.
Yeah, it seems like meteorologists 101, when you're a freshman in high school or a freshman in college, you're forecasting for another state, Nebraska, or I don't know. And then when you finally get your PhD in meteorology, you're a Wyoming weather guy because that is the most complex place, except for
or you've lost your mind and gone insane.
Or Wyoming's a tough place to forecast weather. The toughest, except for today, I think. It's kind of easy. It's a nice day today. A little bit of smoke. Is that coming from Oregon fires? I saw a smoke map, but otherwise, pretty nice day.
Yeah, we still have a little bit of smoke coming from the Willow Creek and the Dollar Lake fire areas, although those fires are still active enough to be putting out some smoke. And when you get under high pressure like this, it's hard to mix the air up, so that smoke lingers around. But to your point, it's just classic September weather. Cool nights, warm days. Now, at the end of the week and over the weekend, we'll have a little bit of weather to talk about with an increased chance for showers and thunderstorms and some cooler weather. We're going to see temperatures drop this weekend.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, pretty good, though. I'll take it.
Not bad.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast. We'll be right back with another guest. We're going to talk to Chris Mickey, fantastic photographer, right after this break in the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was
Perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Tuesday. Chris Mickey joins us. Mickey, right? That's if you're looking for him on Insta, he's Mickey67. You can see some photography. It's gonna blow your socks off. I love it. I looked at your photos, Chris, and here's what I thought. The first thing I thought, all the different places you visited and photographed, including a lot of Wyoming stuff like that we all know and seen. It should go on a space capsule that we shoot into outer space in case aliens find it and want to know what Earth is like what life is like on Earth in 2025. Like, it perfectly represents photographically, pictorially, us in this year. Can we let's talk to NASA. You got some ties with Washington, D.C. We'll tell people why. But that's what I thought of when I saw your photos, man. I'm like, that's mankind, and that's us, and what a world we live in. And you're trying to get to all of it.
Trying. I don't know how successful I'll be, but that's the goal.
Chris, besides being an amazing photographer, let's tell people who you are. Born and raised in Cheyenne, graduated UW, political science degree. So, of course, when you get out of Laramie, you go straight to Washington, D.C., and you work for Senator John Barrasso. That was pretty cool, huh?
I did, yeah. And that was really my first adventure outside of Wyoming. I mean, I had traveled a little bit as a kid and stuff, but that was a really life-changing time of my life, and really just got me to explore the world and explore myself and explore all, the nation around us, and really be at the epicenter of, our political universe here in the United States. And it was a really fascinating place. And then, of course, visually stunning places to go all over. So that's where I really started picking up photography, just to share with the folks back home here in Wyoming, what I was up to and the things I was seeing and doing.
I mean, the move seems like for a photographer, you just changed a landscape photo to the vertical, because you got to get the shot of that. What is that thing they got there in Washington, D.C.? The Lincoln Tower. What is it?
The Washington Monument.
Washington Monument.
Yeah.
How do you photograph that thing?
Distance is your friend when you're photographing things that big. It's getting further away and then zooming in, and you get that really cool shot of, you can see down the whole mall. The Capitol in the background, and then you get the Washington Monument and all the flags around it. And it's a beautiful place to photograph, that's for sure.
So you're working for Senator Barrasso in the D.C. office. You're doing communications, public relations. You're the interface between a senator and the public. It's sometimes a difficult job because, the Barrasso wants to be, all senators and electeds want to be transparent, but you got people that are tugging on you in all different directions. And how did you like that job? Was it pretty cool?
I loved it. I mean, every day was a different challenge. You had a different issue going on on the Senate floor. You had different issues going on in Wyoming. People prioritize things completely differently. From the Washington, D.C. and Wyoming. Those are very different issues that people are dealing with every day. And so a big challenge, but I had a great boss, someone who really took to politics really quickly and really well. And obviously now, it's been over a decade since I left, and he's still rocking away up there on the Capitol Hill. So
yeah, he's a great guy. He's got a whip now, which is really cool. We talked to him about that. Then, so you come home to Wyoming, 2014, and you work. This is a natural fit for photography, I would think, because Wyoming is so photographicable. Wait, what's the word?
Photogenic, maybe.
Thank you. And you work for the Wyoming Office of Tourism. That another great gig for you. Seems perfect fit.
Yeah, it was an amazing job. Probably the best job I ever had. Just really fun. But really, my job was to get people interested in wanting to visit Wyoming, and the best way to do that is to get out there and experience it for myself before telling people the stories about it. And naturally, just going to all these amazing places, with the Grand Teton Yellowstone National Parks kind of being our epicenter of tourism, but kind of expanding out from there, just getting to see all these cool little towns and places that I had never knew existed, and then taking those stories and sharing them with the rest of the country and even the world. And that was amazing. And through that, I just figured I might as well take a camera with me if I'm going to all these wonderful places. And that's really where I started developing my photography. And really just because I was already in these amazing places, so I might as well share it.
Now, I think you've shared this, that now through all this, you got this job, you got the DC gig, then you come home, you're promoting Wyoming, you got that job. No matter what, as your photography becomes more and more important to you and you're better and better at it, you still don't want that passion to be a job. That's important to you, that you don't call photography a job. Like, what's the difference? Why do you build that firewall there?
I think for me, it's just having that creativity and the freedom to be creative. And when it's not your lifestyle and your way to make money, it just allows you more freedom, less pressure on yourself to create something that people love and that you can sell. So for me, it's just been able to take what I love, see what take that creative part of what I'm seeing and be able to share it without that added pressure of making a living on it. So for me, that's been really nice, and it allows me to, if I go out and take 1,000 pictures and I don't like a single one of them, I have no pressure to post that or to try to sell it. And so it just gives me a lot of freedom just in life, and it keeps it fun and interesting for me without making it a job, like you said.
Yeah. Every photographer I know talks about the most important thing being light. Light is everything in photography. But the other thing that I don't notice light. I don't even notice my thumb in the shot, Chris. I'm terrible. But I do notice the eye of photographers. They have an eye. They see something that I don't. They see something that's a photograph, and I look at it and I'm like, I don't understand. They constantly framing things and seeing things. I think that has developed in you to the point now where you've become what I would say is a professional tourist of sorts. You go to places and you're able to give us in photographs a real sense of the culture, the landscape, the story of a place. Like that, we found your passion. We found Chris Mickey 2.0, man. This is what you were made to do. And I think this is what you spend more and more time doing. What's your plans to travel and share with us the places you go through that camera?
Yeah, I mean, my goal is really just to continue doing what I've been doing and just try to explore new places and in maybe a slightly different way than some people do, and then really be able to photograph that in a way that people feel they can experience it when they look at my photos. So maybe if they can't make it out themselves to the places that I've been blessed to go, hopefully my photo just transports them a little bit to being able to experience that in some way. And so that's really what I'm looking forward to. And man, there's a lot of world out there, and I've only seen a very small part of it. So I'm excited to keep getting out there and home too. Wyoming's, there's still uncovered gems that I haven't discovered yet here in Wyoming, even though I've traveled to every single county probably many times at this point. But it just never ceases to surprise me, the things you'll see and the people you meet around. And it's a wonderful thing to do. And I'm really blessed to be able to do it, when I have the time and the money to continue doing it. So, yeah, that's my goal, is just to keep getting out there. I visited all 50 states. I hit my 50th state last fall. So that was an amazing goal of mine that I met. And now it's to visit all the national parks in at least all 7 continents. probably visiting all the countries in the world is a little bit tough, but we'll get out there and do as many as we can.
Man, so who was the last state that you finally checked off?
It's a really weird one, but Vermont was my holdout. So it was just, I had done New England and I had done like Western New York and or Eastern New York and that kind of place, but I just kept missing Vermont somehow. And so last fall I went there and take in some of the fall foliage and eat some maple syrup, and it was amazing. It was a good last state to knock off the list. It's small, it's easy to get to, and it was a lot of fun.
Huh. Yeah, whenever you see those things online where you like, give yourself 2 points for every state you visited and people check them off. You hit all 50. I've been in all of them except the 2 that are not attached, in any way. But yeah, that's pretty neat. From Niagara Falls to the Alamo, there's plenty of things to point a camera at. What do you like to capture, though? Maybe something off the typical tourist bucket list?
Yeah, I mean, landscapes are really my thing. And then when I talk about travel photography, abandoned places and some of the architecture around are really something that I'm fascinated with.
Yeah.
Last year, I went to Palm Springs out in California, and nearby is a place called the Salton Sea. And near the Salton Sea is, these little towns that used to be these beautiful lakeside resorts. Well, it's all abandoned now because the sea is no longer, you're not allowed to swim in it. It's not a great place to be. So just like these little abandoned towns, really fascinating places to go. Just there's places in the Northeast, these towns that were big industrial hubs for that at the time during the Industrial Revolution stuff that are all just abandoned now. And it's just fascinating to kind of get out there, and they're really not on anybody's radar. So you sort of just stumble upon them, and that's been really fun. It's cool adventure, and then they make for fascinating photographs.
All right, so what is Mickey 67 coffee book going to be titled? Because I feel it's coming. It's coming.
I don't know. I need to sit on the title a little bit and maybe use some AI to get some creative titles going.
Right, maybe. So now you set your sights. You've been just about everywhere in Wyoming. You expanded out to all 50 states. Now the dream is to be in all U.S. national parks and all 7 continents. You better get that visa ready to go and get some. You're going to need extra pages. But yeah, is that what's next?
I think so. Yeah, I've been slowly checking off the national parks sort of, throughout my whole life. Grew up going to some of the national parks nearby, and then I'm about halfway done with those, which 56 is a lot of national parks. So yeah. And there's some that are very hard to get to and pretty inaccessible. So those have been fun. So that'll be the next goal. And then the 7 continents, again, about halfway done. But man, there's some places that are way far away from Wyoming to get to. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah. How many cameras are you usually toting around? All photographers, they don't have just one hanging on their neck. They always have like another one.
Yeah, and like there's been times I've taken a backup, and I've definitely needed a backup. So I usually take 1 or 2 cameras with me, and then I usually have a little video camera, a little DJI video camera, and then sometimes I'll take my drone with me too if there's a place I can go to fly that. So
yeah, drones have become important to get that shot. Yeah, what do you dabble at all in film, old school, or is all digital? What do you do? How do you use tech, and how do you do post? Do you do any Photoshop stuff? Some people won't touch it. Some say, well, you got to do some things.
Yeah, for me, I think technology is a great tool, but I try not to lean on it too much. So I do pull my photos into Lightroom and adjust the lighting a little bit. But I try not to heavily edit my photos, because I want that authentic experience for people when they see it, that is what I saw. And, you can, I can take out the sky and add in a beautiful sunset, but if I didn't see that sunset, I don't want to share that with people. So for me, it's, the eye is the most amazing camera that I've ever experienced. And so what we see and what translates into photos don't always look exactly right out of the camera. And so I try to adjust that to what I remember seeing. And then that's what I post. So that's typically what I do, and try not to overdo it, because I think people notice and don't love it quite so much.
Yeah, and maybe that's what attracted me, appealed to me, spoke to me when I'm looking at your Instagram photos. Maybe that's what I was trying to say with the alien. If I wasn't there, if I didn't live on Earth, if I came from another galaxy, this is a great representation. This is how you saw it. And it feels like this is how I'm seeing it, like for reals. That's the essence of a photographer right there. That's photojournalism. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, I love when people, use AI and different technologies to do their images, but it's a different form of art for me. And so I just really like to get the photos as I see it so that people can experience hopefully what I experienced. You know, some of those breathtaking scenes that I've been able, so blessed to see. I just want to share that with folks who might not have been able to be there. So
Wyoming native Chris Mickey's got a wanderlust in him, though. He wants to bring us through photos, everything, everywhere from national parks to all 7 continents. One of them's going to be pretty cold. You better make sure you got a camera that works in the cold. Where is your home when you are home?
Yeah, I did live here in Cheyenne, so just the capital city, and we have some great state parks and different beautiful places not too far from here. So I'm up in the Snowy Range area a lot, the Sierra Madre Range. That's kind of my home away from home. So I'm up in the mountains quite a bit up there.
All right. I want to send people to the online version of Chris Mickey's social. Chris, where do we go? I told people about the Instagram. Is that a good place to start?
That's the best place to start. See Mickey67 on Instagram. That's where I post most of my stuff.
Mickey67 on Insta. Yeah, it's just look at this guy's photos. It's fantastic. This is not the medium to be able to bring you to the world, but we'll, do our best. Great work.
I really appreciate the chance to be on and get a chance to talk to you a little bit. So thanks, Jake.
Absolutely. Thank you for being on, Chris. Have a great day.
Absolutely. You too.
Chris Mickey, find him at Mickey67 on Insta. His photography, fantastic. It's out of this world. Sort of. It should be out of this world. We should put it in the space capsule, shoot it to the aliens, let them know what we're all about. Then maybe they won't bring their ray guns and kill us all. That's what I'm worried about. Remember that thing that's heading to Earth? That weird spaceship thing is going to be here December 5th? I'm getting off track. Jackie Dorothy in next after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Get back to it with Jackie Dorothy. Jackie, I'm running a little late. Sorry. Busy day. What's going on in your world?
Oh, what isn't going on? We're just recovering from Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, yeah. Labor Day.
Yeah. Or Labor Day. Listen to me, Memorial Day.
I always mix up those two as well. One starts the summer, one ends it, and I never know which one's on what end. I do the same thing all the time.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, you know the history of Labor Day, right?
The unions started it, right?
Exactly. It was a huge deal in our coal mines, especially.
Yeah.
I found some great pictures. I wish we did the kind of celebrations they did for Labor Day. Well, Matitsi does, but I was thinking about all the mines and everything. Yeah, Matitsi has their big Labor Day festival with all the rodeo and everything. It's the biggest time of the year for them.
Cool. I just had the AFL-CIO Labor Leader of the Year on the show yesterday. So we did the whole Labor Day thing.
Well, you did. So celebrate it well. So anyway, we're recovering from a 3-day weekend and going into the week.
I want to reach out and have on the show Jess O'Neill, who I know her. I'm always going to know her as Jessica. Now I forget her last name, her family name, Garnick. I know her mom. I know the family. I know her. I was just at her brother's ranch, Creed, who just, he's got a great ranch outside of DuBois, Little Warm Springs. He calls it Three Spear Ranch. I was just there for a wedding to DJ a wedding. Great spread. I love the family, her sisters. I saw her sing with her sisters, Jess. She's so talented.
Jealous.
Yeah, she's such a great musician, great singer. The whole family, acting, singing, the whole family was born to perform. I'll say that. She's a heck of a cowgirl. And you know what your story did? As well as I know her, I didn't know many of the things in this story because you kind of get afraid to ask about that. You know, I knew Jess was battling cancer. I didn't know she had that crash that was so horrific as a teenager. There's so things I didn't know because she's not going to share them and you're afraid to ask. And your story brought her to me in a whole different way. It's so cool. Tell me about Jess.
Well, first of all, she wrote a memoir. You need to go read it.
Well,
she rides wild horses. There you go. I definitely recommend it. It's on Amazon. I got it on Kindle.
Yeah.
And it's just she's Wyoming with grit. I mean, she just embodies it. And it was my first time to meet her, but my story is I knew her husband's family, the O'Neills, from Crowbar. So a small world. You know that side, I know the other. And it was just so cool to be able to connect the dots. I mean, that's what's nice about Wyoming, isn't it? We all know each other one way or another.
Yeah, we all, 0 degree of separation or maybe 1 degree, Yeah, we all kind of know each other.
We do. And if you haven't listened to her music yet, you have to, Jake, especially the campfire songs. And Wyoming Whiskey is a fun ballad. I mean, she's just got the whole gamut. And her music is just, you can tell that she put her heart and soul into it. And her story, there was so much more that I could have put into that. And that's what kind of sometimes it limits us. It's like, okay, I'm glad I'm not doing print because this story is running over the 700, 900 words.
Yeah.
And her story definitely could have been 3 to 4. Well, it's a whole book. She Rides Wild Horses. You need to get that.
Yeah, she's super cool. The passing of her dad was so sad, so unexpected, and it really changed the family drastically. She's one from the family that I don't know as well. I know Sky, her brother, better, her sisters. I've acted with them on stage. They have the Jackson Hole Playhouse. If you ever come to Jackson and want to see a play, that's Vicky Garnick's. That's the family, the mom. That's her playhouse. Great. They put on a great show every year. Yeah, they're just a talented family, super cool, and it's great to see Jess highlighted in this story. I couldn't believe it. I saw her. I'm like, who wrote that? Jackie?
Well, she's my neighbor just down the road in Dubois, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Great story. You promised you were going to write about Bill Nye, not the science guy, the funny guy. And there were things here I didn't learn about his. I wondered why his newspaper was called Boomerang, and you kept seeing Boomerang associated with his name. I didn't know it was his dopey mule.
It was. And I loved it because his son actually took all his dad's writings and wrote an autobiography or biography on him. And you start to find these little quirky stories. He definitely is Wyoming's Mark Twain. And he was as famous as Mark Twain in his day. I think if he had written a book like Huckleberry Finn or Tom Sawyer, he would still be well known.
Yeah.
I think because I was trying to figure out, I was like, what separates Mark Twain from this guy? Because their writings are the same. They're both hilarious.
Yep.
The satire they did. And I think that was just the only difference is because we don't think of Mark Twain as his satire writings, but we relate him to those iconic kids' books.
They both have that dry wit about them. And yeah, he was probably super famous. As you said, in his day, he had to get funded that newspaper, and he found funding. I mean, what did it cost to produce that newspaper, the Boomerang?
$1,000 a year in the 1800s.
Yeah.
I can't even fathom it. And I loved it. I mean, just his wry humor is like he moved his printing press in his office into the barn, and he was upstairs, and he says that's why it's the stock market and our stock company. I mean, it's just those little funny things, and the way he describes Boomerang, his donkey or his mule. I was corrected. There's a difference between a donkey and a mule, and he's a mule.
Now, what was this part about him shooting the mule?
You can't. What's real? What's not? He said his mule had this habit of whispering in his ear, waking him up with a soft, long sigh. And it made him angry one night. So he woke up and he shot the mule. And when he got up in the morning, there was the carcass eating grass. He had shot the windlass instead of the dog or instead of the mule. So, no, those are the kinds of stories that just kind of capture Bill Nye's. And you can find his book on Kindle. It's like $1.99, and it has all of his little quirky stories, and they are hilarious.
I love whenever I run across something from an old newspaper that he wrote. Yeah, maybe I should get the book. I love the guy. I'm fascinated by the guy. I think he should be more legendary than he is. Bill Nye, the story from Jackie Dorothy. Finally, this third story I want to get to, the Red Canyon Fire, the Phelps family. Rob and Sean, father, son, they barely got their cattle and sheep out of the way of this fire. And they are firefighters themselves, so they know what it takes. And they know the firefighters only work on what they're able to burn in calories. So tell me about this family, and they're feeding firefighters.
Well, what better way to say thank you than with food? Especially here in Wyoming, the ranchers know that's what you do. And it was so fun talking to Gloria because she gave me the whole menu and made me hungry.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not talking they just put something together. They planned out a menu. The last night, I especially remember because it was fried chicken, mashed potatoes. And then Allie said her mom, Janet Philp, made the special Shoshone protein bar, which is a peanut butter rice crispy, packaged them up for all of the firefighters. So after this big meal, she's handing these out and they're able to put them in their pocket and get back to the fire.
Now, firefighters on big fires like this, they're fed. In fact, they bring in catering teams, but they're not fed like this. This is home cooking, big spread right down to dessert, cookies for dessert. That's so nice, so Wyoming of a story.
And it can be sporadic, is what Gloria said. They were at this particular camp down below Ranch D, I believe it was, and just near the Phelps Ranch. And she said she saw him cater in once. Otherwise, they had to make it all the way back to Thermopolis to get a meal, or they had just little packages. So having a home cooked meal, they said they fed 50 to 70 people. Just this one family fed them all 3 days in a row, as long as they were there. And then they moved on to continue fighting the fire.
Dang. Yeah. And they talk about being on the front lines of that fire. You've talked about it, scorched earth that it left behind. The cows, they had some cows they couldn't get out, but they survived somehow. And so did a barn and some structure. So
that's the fun story. And I'll tell that real quick because it shows how even our animals have the spirit of Wyoming. So some of the cows would not go with them. Some of the sheep would not go. The bucks, she said, refused to get in the truck and leave. So they had to leave them behind when they evacuated. They came back expecting to find carcasses, and they figure the cows must have gone in the creek and weathered out the firestorm because they found a patch of green grass and were eating. Same with the sheep. They lost half their pasture, and they were in the other half acting as if nothing had happened. These are sheep that die easily.
Yeah. Survival. Great stories, Jackie. Thank you.
Well, thank you. You have a great rest of your day.
Thanks. You too. We got to bounce out for news. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Paul Norfleet is one of dozens of Wyoming landowners partnering with Next Era Energy on a new wind and solar project in southeast Wyoming. The Chugwater Energy Project could potentially produce an estimated 600 megawatts of power. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker rode along with Norfleet last week as he tended to his land and his animals. Norfleet said he feels the turbines and panels don't impact the landscape any more than cell towers, oil rigs, and transmission lines.
I got to visit his ranch. I got to meet his 13 dogs. Got to learn all about why he's in favor of this project. And this rancher told me, as we're here, looking out over the landscape, there's cell towers, there's defunct missile silos, there's even steam from the nearby power plant, all of these man-made things across the landscape. And his argument to me was that if there's wind turbines, if there's solar panels, how is that going to be any different from any of these other objects?
Should the project receive approval from state and local officials, it will proceed in December of 2027. People already buy clothes, kitty litter, dog food, and home appliances on Amazon, but now you can add your next car to the list. Some Wyoming dealerships are on board offering new Hyundai vehicles and used Hertz rental cars on the popular online clearinghouse. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to both customers and retailers who aren't so sure that buying your new ride from the same online site that you order kitchen organizers and face wash from is a good option.
You can go online and you can look, and if you're in the Cheyenne area, you'll be shown Hyundai cars in Frederick, Colorado and Cheyenne, Wyoming together, all on the same page. It's kind of cool. You can go through and you can pick the color interiors you want, the mileage. But how many people actually buy a car that way? The people I talked to were like, I want to see the car. I want to drive the car. I want to talk to the salesperson. I want to negotiate the best deal that I can get for the car, which the online buying, I don't feel is very amenable to that kind of negotiation.
Dallas Terrell, manager of Terrell Chevrolet in Cheyenne, is skeptical. In his experience, you can't sell cars in Wyoming without a brick-and-mortar store and a service department. 5 years after energy analysts called it a house of cards built on a dying industry, Navajo Transitional Energy Company is advancing major coal projects across Wyoming and Montana that could extend operations well into the next decade. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that NTEC recently was granted approval to expand its footprint by about 3,500 acres adjacent to its existing Antelope mine in Campbell and Converse counties.
5 years ago, Navajo Transitional Energy Company really made a big play and purchased interest in coal mines in the Powder River Basin. And at the time, industry analysts really criticized the move. Now, the BLM has really paved the way for those mines to be developed. And so it looks like a good bet on their part.
This latest development comes as NTEC also pursues expansion at its Spring Creek mine in Montana, where the company has proposed leasing about 180 million tons of coal that would extend operations through 2034. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, it used to be that only a good horse or a stout pair of hiking boots could get Wyoming hunters into the backcountry. But then mountain bikes became an option, and now e-bikes are increasingly part of the hunting scene. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the electric cycles mean more accessibility for more people in the outdoors, which is both good and bad depending on your perspective.
Some guys say, hey, they're really handy, like them a lot. Others say they have similar complaints to general users, is that they can make the backcountry more crowded than it needs to be. The debates going on over e-bikes in the hunting world mirror the larger debate over these things. So it's interesting as the technology grows. Where's the niche of these things going to be?
The U.S. Forest Service has struggled to enforce e-bike regulations in some areas in the West, but not all e-bikes are the same, and they don't all evenly match the parameters of what a motorized vehicle is. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Tuesday following Labor Day weekend. Most of us labored. I figured this guy probably labored too. Mark Hines joins us. Mark Hines, did you pretty much labor over the weekend, over the Labor Day weekend?
I just kind of had a staycation. How about you?
Yeah, I worked even harder over Labor Day weekend.
Really?
So it's just, I had weddings to DJ and.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Fun times.
So I've reached out to our buddy Rob Wallace. He's been on the show a couple times. Love this guy. Nobody more deserve it to receive this conservation award. Great guy.
Yeah. He's had his hand in a lot of stuff, not just, he was probably his most prominent role was, Assistant Secretary of the Interior under the first Trump administration. And in that capacity, he oversaw the 2 pretty big federal management agencies, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Park Service. So, but no, he's been involved in a lot of stuff. I guess he played a key role in securing the Kelly parcel for public access. So
yeah,
and that's just one thing. That's just one sliver of what he's done over the decades.
Right, and that's to me, that's where he works best. You could just feel him pulling strings behind the scenes, sort of in that whole deal, and that was huge. That big parcel that was saved, and a big reason probably why Wallace is one of the recipients of the 15th annual Murray Spirit of Conservation Award, along with Teton Science School's Amy McCarthy, who I also have reached out to. I know Amy.
Yeah.
So I would love to have both of them.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know what I kept hearing over and over about Rob was how he's a good coalition builder. He gets people to set their differences aside and work toward a common goal, and that's
rare.
That's what gets things done, and he's a fan of doing things from the bottom up rather than the top down. So, but that's what people said. It said he can get a room full of people who might not agree on anything else to agree on things like the Kelly parcel and then get it done. So
he did mention in your story that groundswell that happened over that Kelly parcel, that people, and then that message went all the way up to the top. Yeah. If he likes bottom up, he saw that in the Kelly parcel debate.
Exactly.
I don't know about e-bikes. I mean, on one hand, I love the idea for me to be able to access these parts of the backcountry that, I no longer have a horse. There's places four-wheelers can't go. And to be able to really get out there on an e-bike, to hike, to cart out your quartered, elk, I see the advantages, but I also don't like that, there should be a barrier to entry to some of these wilderness places where they're hard to get to. And that means not that many people are there. Tough call here on e-bikes in the backcountry.
It's the same quandary we run into whenever a new tech, and e-bikes aren't new. I mean, they've been around for a while, but they're really starting to take off.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things where the price point finally is starting to meet the demand a little bit. They're not just playthings for the wealthy anymore. They're getting to be where, a lot of people can afford them. And, when everybody can, everybody does. and that raises the question of, are they motorized vehicles or not? And you got to break them down further by the capabilities of each class of e-bikes. Some e-bikes are really kind of glorified bicycles that'll help you along a little bit, like if you're climbing a really steep hill. Others are essentially little electric motorcycles. And so when you're talking about motorized versus non-motorized trails, where do you draw the line? What class of e-bike do you let on? What do you not? But you're right. And hunters especially, as a crowd, we don't like to just get outside. We like to get outside away from other people. A good day hunting is when you don't see another human being.
That's right.
And so if everybody's got an e-bike, then you're right. My dad had a saying, that any method of conveyance that makes things easier shrinks the country. And it effectively does. It makes areas smaller. When your only choices are walking in or going in by horseback, then the country's quite huge. But when you start throwing all these other options in there, it shrinks the landscape. And so that's an interesting side effect of technology.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, really good point. As the batteries and the tires are getting bigger and bigger on e-bikes, and they're getting out there, man. There's no doubt. Well, I don't know if you want to have your e-bike with you, but you maybe have your dog with you when you encounter a bear. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Dogs bring you more trouble than they're going to save you from. Great story from you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, me personally, my big dog's passed away. It's all I've got left is my little 11-pound mutt, and I don't think she'd be much help.
Right.
She'd just be a quick snack. But no, you're correct. This study, really extensive study, they studied decades. I think they went from like 1901 to 2023 and studied some thousands of encounters with all three species, polar bear, black bear, and grizzlies, all throughout the North American continent. And the consensus is almost every time it's a bad idea. I mean, again, unless and he made it clear, he was talking about pets. He wasn't talking about, we've had a couple articles about these Karelian bear dogs, or some people use Anatolian shepherds. I mean, dogs that are specifically bred and trained to deal with predators. We're not talking about those. We're talking about, Fido, or Spot, your average run of the mill pet dog. And in most cases, you're correct. They just made things worse.
54% of the time, it's the dog that triggered the conflict that brought the bear to you. You may not have ever seen the bear, but your dog is, running around. He's going to run into the bear. And 80% of the cases they looked at, 80%, Fido stood by and did nothing as you were attacked.
Ran away.
Or ran away. So, the dog behaves two behaviors. He runs off scared, or he sits and watches you be mauled. So thanks a lot, man's best friend.
Well, the one set of circumstances, if I understood correctly, where things might go best is if you have your dog on a leash, but you have some sort of defense mechanism. You have either a firearm or bear spray on your person ready to go. That way, the dog isn't running around whipping up bears and antagonizing them. But if a bear happens to come at you, you have something to deal with it. Yeah. So that seems to be, if you're going to choose to take Fido the house pet into the backcountry, keep him on a leash and make sure you have something to deal with bears in case something does go wrong. But generally speaking, taking your golden retriever or your pound mutt out into bear country and just letting him run loose is just not a good, that's one of those, this will end badly type scenarios. So.
It's certainly not protection for a hiker, and it's probably more problematic than anything. Although I had two, cow dogs, stock dogs, a border collie and a heeler, and I would hike with them all the time. And every time I saw a bear, usually the dogs didn't know. One time they did bring a black bear to me, so that fit the scenario where I would have probably never seen. And then one time they actually were, and they were very well trained. They would never go after, if I said down, they fell down like they were shot. Like they were good, well trained. One time the hair went up on them, and I'm like, what's wrong with that? In a couple minutes, there was a grizzly sow with the two cubs walking along a trail right on the other side of a creek, like close enough that she could have got to us. She was not smelling us. The wind was the other way, but that was one time where the dog probably saved my bacon. So
good.
I've had it go all three ways that it could possibly go. Yeah. But bears can be grouchy. That's another thing we learn here. Your story about lower 48 bears, more grouchy maybe than their Canadian counterparts. How come?
Well, you see, talking more coastal Alaskan counterparts. The bottom line there is that it's not just what we used to jokingly call barstool biology, the kind of stories you hear guys telling in bars versus actual reality. There is some truth to that anecdote that bears are, quote unquote, meaner in some places than they are in others. And it's circumstantial. This guy, the same guy that did the dog research, he spent a lot of time out in the field with bears. But he said the bears up in Katmai are notoriously mellow because they basically live in the middle of a bear buffet. They've got easy living going on. So whereas bears down in the parks here or in the backcountry here, or even in places in Canada, the resources are scarcer. So they got they have to compete a lot more heavily for their food, and so they're going to be, from our perspective, grouchier. But it's funny because Katmai, that's where Timothy Treadwell got taken out, and what this guy told me, if it hadn't been for Timothy Treadwell, Katmai probably never would ever have had a human fatality. But that was if you know that story, the Grizzly Man,
different.
Werner Herzog made a film about it. I mean, the guy was basically trying to be a bear. He was like spending time within 3 feet of, and finally one of the bears like, you know what, dude, I've had enough of this, and ate him and his girlfriend. But
that was a unique situation.
That was a unique situation created by the person. Not.
I saw that movie. That was a first date movie for me. Can you imagine? I swear, and it did not end well. I have this impression of, those Alaskan bears are always so big, fat, and the fish are jumping in their mouth. Like, couldn't be any easier for a bear. And then the bears in Wyoming, they're struggling to find berries, pine nuts, and eating 1,000 moths a day.
Yeah, but even Alaska, he pointed out the bears, the coastal bears are quite a different animal than the bears in Denali.
Oh, yeah.
The interior of Alaska, the bears in Denali are more like the bears down here. They're more likely to be aggressive if you're not careful, because again, they're in a far more competitive environment.
Yeah.
So
well, I could see the grouchiness in a Wyoming bear. Like if I was going to be a bear, I want to be one of those bears that's just munching on salmon along the river rather than, in Wyoming, and I'm trying to slurp off enough ants to stay alive.
Yeah.
And a hiker comes along with his dog. Yeah, I'm in a bad mood. I'm starving, man. All right. Oh yeah. One more thing I wanted to talk to you about is we talked to Tom Mangelson. He's not the only wildlife photographer that doesn't like the idea of staged photo. These game farms where animals are kept, guaranteeing a photographer this great shot. It's not real. It's kind of staged.
Yeah. And in my understanding, there's still some of it around. It's nothing like it was.
Yeah.
This first got Mangelson's attention back in the early 90s, and I guess it was rampant back then. There was one operation there, I think it was called Animals of Montana, that eventually got shut down. The courts and the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the courts shut them down about 5 years ago. But there's still a few operations here and there. But yeah, from the photographer's standpoint, it's fake. It's a stage situation. So there's the photographic ethics of it in it as well. There is a concern over how the animals are treated. Now, I'm sure some of them are kept in larger enclosures, but Mangelson was talking about, decades ago, some of the horrible abuses he saw of animals being kept in tiny cages and, things like that. So it's interesting, but, one person I did talk to, they wouldn't go on the record, but from the industry basically said, we're kind of here exclusively for people that know that this is essentially a zoo, and they're just coming here for their own entertainment to enjoy the presence of the animals and maybe get a few photographs for their personal enjoyment. But that's just one operation. I mean, there are a few. I gather they're more nowadays are more out in Florida and places like that. So it's interesting.
And then in Texas, you got all those spreads where you go to shoot an animal, and I don't mean with a camera. So it brings up all this ethics of like, is that truly wild? Is that really a wild animal that you're going to photograph or hunt or go see in some kind of tour from your car? I don't know. Good story though.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. What you got something going this week? What are you doing?
I'll just have to read Cowboy State Daily and see same answer as always.
No spoiler alert from Mark.
No, I don't. We don't do spoilers. All
right, man. Have a great Tuesday.
Hey, you too. Bye.
Mark Hines of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Let's get right back into the Zoom room with Kevin Meyer in just a moment, right after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Oh. Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing?
for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy PSA Daily Show with Jake. Kevin Myers with us. Kevin, I got my replacement straw hat ordered from Lou Talbert in Casper. And I had somebody go pick it up for me, but I got the wrong size, so I have to exchange it.
Man, I'm starting to believe, Jake, maybe straw hats aren't your thing.
Well, it's so weird. In Resistol, I'm 7 1/4, but I'm 7 3/8 for everything else. And I told him 7 1/4 is too small, unless I get a haircut, which I'm due for. Oh,
Yeah, I saw that this morning before you put that hat on.
it was bad, really bad. Yeah, I gotta get a haircut.
You look like the villain from that cartoon, The Incredibles.
Oh, okay. I could see that. I'll take that. I wanted to talk to you about a bunch of weird like things from all different angles. Starting with, you know who I saw ride a bull last Wednesday night in the rain in Jackson at the Jackson Hole Rodeo. The number
one ranked bull rider.
How'd you know that?
Because I listened to your radio show.
Wow. Smart move. Yeah, I saw Wacy Shala, this kid, this 19-year-old who is just riding these bulls into submission. I mean, forget 8 seconds. Wacy just finishes them off in the arena and then rides them home. Like this kid, he's like a bull whisperer. And he looks like he's 12, and he just, I couldn't believe when the announcer said it. No one else in the whole arena has got any awareness. He's like, hey, fans, we got something special for you today, Wacy Shala. I'm like, no way. And old Phil Wilson found him the rankest bull he could pull out of the pen. It didn't matter. Wacy rode him.
That's crazy that a guy in his position would stop by the Jackson Hole Night Rodeo to ride one. But then again, that's kind of, he's 19. He's absolutely bulletproof.
Yeah.
Like you said, he's just a born bull rider. So it's just practice pen for him, I guess.
Kind of just stay fresh on his way from a Utah rodeo. And then the next weekend, they had a bunch of big ones in Idaho. I'm sure that was his trip. And on the way, you know, you stop in Jackson Hole and you get on a bull because that's what you do on your day off when you're Wacy Shala, the number one bull rider in the world. It was just, amazing to see. It's like watching Josh Allen show up at a high school game and say, I'll quarterback, this series. It's unbelievable. I'm like, what is going on here? You know what they're doing? I don't know if people do this in Wyoming or Douglas. but they probably do it in they probably do it in Casper and Cheyenne. People are advising that, the stickers you put on your license plate that shows you're registered again for another year.
Yeah.
The tags, we call them tag. People from another state, I don't know if this is how they do it in other states. I don't remember that from where I come from, but yeah, putting this sticker on, and somehow the sticker is not as stickery. They fall off easier now. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I noticed that because it used to be you couldn't get them off.
Right.
When you went to put your new one on, you didn't even try to take the old one off, and you'd have, depending on how long you had that same vehicle, you'd have an inch of sticker sticking out there because they would not come off. I noticed here when I got my tags about a month ago that it's not the same glue it used to be.
No, something has changed. You're right. Like, I never took the old sticker off. You just slap on the top of the pile, and it just grew out from, it became like this bumper feeler. You could back up in the trailer. The stickers provided the cushion. Like, oh, I'm there. There's the trailer. But now I put my wife's on the other, and I don't do what you're supposed to, clean off the surface. Who does that with I just slap on the new one, and it fell off, and she got in trouble, and now I'm in trouble. If the wife's in trouble, you're in trouble. And,
oh yeah.
But
that's a fact.
Here's what they're doing. People, I guess, are stealing them because they're not so stickery. See, the problem created by the DMV is back in the day, you couldn't get those off with a chisel. Now you can walk up and pull one off a car and put it on yours. So to prevent that, do you see what people are doing with the razor blade deal?
No, I haven't.
People are advising that you stick your sticker on, and then you take a box cutter or a razor and you cut it all up. Now, it won't fall off because it's stuck up. You cut it in like 20 pieces, and now nobody's going to just peel it off. They can't. They'll peel off one tiny, they'll have to rebuild the whole little sticker. Big city problems, Kevin.
Yeah, but I feel like the ingenuitive criminal mastermind that came up with stealing the sticker in the first place can probably figure out a way to steal one of the cut up ones just as well. So I don't know that it's going to work like they want, but I tell you what, it seems like there is no end to what people will do to cut a few corners.
Yeah. Just they'll steal diapers. I was saddened to hear that story. Box of diapers goes missing. Porch pirates. Like, Wyoming shouldn't be a place where we have those other problems. That belongs to you, Florida, you, Texas, you, New York, California. You deal with that stuff. These porch pirate, you can't, your UPS package, if you leave it unattended, it'll go missing. I don't like that idea. That's not Wyoming.
Well, the first thing that crossed my mind when I saw that story was seeing somebody who was a little shady looking, standing just around the corner from the mini mart. Hey, I got Huggies. You need some Huggies? I got some Huggies.
What is
come on up. I'll tell you what, I'll give you the first Huggy for free, but you know where to come back if you need more.
What is the black market for the black market demand for diapers? Yeah. Get people hooked on them Huggies.
Is it a gateway garment to
Yeah. It starts with the Huggies, and before you know it, you need a pair of overalls so bad you'll do anything, man. I'm jonesing for overalls. You and I were in that story about wrangling, the wrangling days. All I could think to tell Renee Jean about that story, like, what is a dude wrangler? Somebody who knows how to ride looking back over their shoulder. It's the whole reason I got out of the game. Like, I want to ride a horse looking forward instead of having to keep an eye on the dudes that, boy, they were just horses invent ways to kill themselves overnight when you're not watching them. A horse will invent 100 ways to get out of whatever you put them in, whatever corral, or to kill themselves somehow, run into a barbed wire or just eat something wrong. And then the dudes will figure out 100 ways to make that 2-hour ride most enjoyable.
Yeah, it didn't make the story, and I enjoyed my time. Of course, this was 32 years ago when I first started in the dude business, and I was in it for 5 years.
Yeah.
On 3 different places, and it didn't make the story, but Renee asked me, well, why did you move on and get out of the business? And I told her, because as much as I enjoyed meeting the people and I still have a relationship with some guests that I met years ago, I was so burnt out on the dude business that when I went and started cowboying again, I wouldn't even talk to myself. That's how tired I was of, telling the same stories over and over again.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was, it can be a really routine, monotonous job, but she asked me what was the downside of it. And now looking back on it with the time having gone by, I can't remember ever having a bad day. I really do believe it's a great job for a young person right out of college when they're trying to figure out what to do with the rest of their lives. Because basically, for the most part, working on a dude ranch is like being in college without having to study.
Yeah.
Although for me, being in college was kind of like being in college without having to study.
Wow. That's the way you chose to do it. But you're right. It's similar, similar bunking arrangements. You're in the dorm or the bunkhouse with people. So you got to learn how to get along with people. You got to learn how to interface with people. That's probably whatever whatever career you undertake, you'll probably have to interface with people and learn how to do that. And then everybody should benefit from being around a horse and being in the great outdoors. Those are the perks. That's the benefit of the job. Yeah, it's a fun gig. But yeah, telling the same stories, the elk becomes a moose when it's 7 years old.
Yeah.
All the tall tales that you tell.
I remember one time I was explaining how the Tetons were formed and, how the big rocks got there, that glacier had brought these big rocks down from Yellowstone. And a lady asked me, well, what happened to the glacier? And I told her it went back for more rocks.
Yeah. You could tell the dudes a lot of things, and we did. And yeah, as the season wore on, you knew it was late in the season when the stories got taller and taller.
Oh yeah, and now you look back on it, we were telling there's a very thin line between a dude wrangler joke and a dad joke.
Yeah. Yeah. But there's different aspects of the gig that are pretty unique to dude wrangling, and that's learning, not many jobs, even if you're on a ranch, not many jobs require you to have a pretty good knowledge of 130 different horses. For one, just being able to find which one is which. Go get Blackie. Your first week on the dude ranch, you don't know who Blackie is. So you got to learn who's who. And then you got to learn their traits, as you did, Kevin, as you had to. Like, this one likes kids, doesn't like kids. This one likes men, women. This one you can't put in line behind that one because they don't get along.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of parts that go to that job. And I can remember a lot of young wranglers coming to work for me that they'd grown up with a horse or a couple horses.
Yeah.
First couple of weeks can be a little overwhelming, not just trying to learn their names and their personalities, but just dealing with that many head. What did we have there on Lost Creek? 135 head, something like that. And that's a big difference from having old Dobbin out in your backyard when you was growing up.
Yep, one horse that exhibited one characteristic. Usually, if you kept them around, it was probably pleasant. But how about horses that are not so nice to be around? Horses that you can't tie, horses that you can't put next to that one. And then you're not just throwing one saddle that morning. You're probably throwing a dozen or more. Yeah, but it's a fun gig.
It is. I highly recommend it to anybody. Go try it at least once, because you are going to learn some life lessons that'll There's so many of the dude wranglers that I worked with that I still keep in touch with, and they've gone on to do completely other things, be business owners, real estate agents, lawyers. But every single one of them that I talk to can trace part of their success back to the skills they learned, specifically communication, not with just with who you're working with, but that's what the job is it's whether you're a river float guide or you're a snowmobile guide or you're a dude wrangler on horseback. Your job is to enhance the experience of that visitor to the best of your ability, and that takes really good communicating skills.
I thought it was to explain the bodily functions of the equine, but yes, you do have to often enhance the experience.
Well, and you never know. If you really get good at communicating, you might end up with your own radio show.
Right. Look at that. I went from explaining to an 8-year-old that, yes, horses can pee for that long. Let's wait. Is he done yet? Nope. Now making jokes with another old dude. My favorite part of the dude wrangle business, though, besides exposing people to allowing people to play cowboy for an hour or 2 hours a week, however long, is what it's done for the horses, Kevin. Before dude business was so big, I mean, your 24-year-old swayback horse was probably on somebody's dinner plate in Canada. There wasn't a career for the older horses, but now those are the horses that trade hands for the most money. If you're in the dude business, you want that bomb-proof kid's horse, and he's usually 20 plus in the age group.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good life for them, really, because the work's not very hard. It can get monotonous for them as well, but they're well fed, they're well taken care of with their health issues, and they just walk along with a little kid, and especially the kids' horses, because the kids' horses can pretty much graze their way through a 2-hour ride.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's more eating. It's just like a 2-hour buffet for them. Oh, yeah. I forgot that was the most annoying. Kids just could not pull his head up. Oh, my goodness. He will eat the entire forest if you let him. We need to get to, I know. So Jackie Dorothy had a great story about Jess O'Neill, who I knew her as Jess Garnick. I knew the Garnick family. They're so cool. It was weird. Jackie said, I know the O'Neill side. And I said, well, I know Jess's side of the family. It was so weird how we knew everybody knows everybody in Wyoming. That's what we came up with in the end. Everybody knows you and you know everybody. Kevin, explain.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because you interviewed Travis Dietzai from the Wyoming Mining Association.
Yeah.
I played football with him and his brother, and their dad was our coach.
Wow.
So it was really funny when I heard you were going to interview him. I laughed about it because we joke all the time that in Wyoming, everybody knows everybody. And more than likely, you're going to end up being the mayor of your town because it's your turn.
Yeah.
That is a cool thing that even though we're growing our population a little bit. We, broke 500,000 finally. It's still a small community where everybody has about 3 degrees of separation from everybody else.
Yeah, it is. It is so true. This state is not that big. There's not that many people. It's big to cover it, but we drive fast here. And then, and you pick up, you see the parent of that baseball player that, your kids, especially if you have kids, and you're traveling with them for any kind of sports, somebody 5 hours away. You saw them last summer in the baseball season, or you saw them last fall in football, and you just pick up where you left off. Yeah. We all know everybody in this state. That's pretty neat.
Well, it's funny when you go to a Wyoming Cowboy football game, and if you just kind of sit and watch, it takes everybody forever to get to their seat because they run into 20 people that they hadn't seen since last season. So they have to stop, shake hands, visit about the weather, go 3 people down. Oh, hey, Joe, haven't seen you for a while. It's, it's just I had a kid working for me one time. He was from Kansas, and I think he put it the best way I'd ever heard. He said, Wyoming is the largest small town in America.
Mm-hmm. That is definitely true. We've seen it happen over and over. Travis D-Ty and you on a football team. I like that.
Yeah, back in the old Laramie Plainsman days.
Cool. Well, I wish I could be in Douglas this Friday for a big showdown. Jackson versus Douglas in high school football. How's the team look? How's your kid doing?
They're doing good. They're ready to hit somebody besides each other.
Yeah.
It's been a while here, and it sounds like Jackson did pretty good out in California.
Yeah, eked out a win, 24-22. I don't know anything about the opponent. We got some speed for sure, but you guys are always so good at home, and that defense always ferocious. I'm worried.
Well, and because of the travel, they're starting the game early at 5, so it's still going to be hotter than any of the Jackson kids have seen all summer.
That's another thing. Yeah, it's a long travel and then the heat on that. And do you have artificial turf there? I forget. I think you do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 1,000,000 degrees on the field.
Yeah, so you might tell the coach just throw in an extra bucket of Gatorade.
Yeah, because you won't need it to dump on the coach because we're not going to win, right? Douglas is going to be.
Well, not with that attitude.
Is that what you're getting at? All right.
Yeah.
We'll make a friendly wager on this game. Bearcats and Bronx this Friday in Douglas. That should be a good one. High school football. I should talk about what happened last week across the state. Thanks, Kevin.
Hey, remember, friends don't let friends steal diapers.
Diaper stealing, license plate tag stealing. Go back to the state you came from. That's not how we do it in Wyoming. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Kevin Meyer, Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues on a Tuesday. Joining us is JD. It's John DeVivo. JD, what are you doing?
How you doing? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well. General manager of Antelope Butte Ski Resort. We were talking about you earlier in the show. Were your ears buzzing? Or what happens with tingling?
Just a little bit.
I was chatting with, I'm trying to think of who it was now. It's been Constance Beverly over at Share Winter Foundation. We were talking about getting kids hooked on skiing, kind of the same concept. She knew of you. She's so happy to hear about what's going on at Antelope Butte. And explain what's going on in Antelope Butte. We know today's ski industries, ski resorts are trying to invent new ways to stay alive. It's not easy. And then the rest of us who want to go ski are trying to find ways to earn enough money for a lift ticket, man. I mean, how are you making skiable more accessible? For one thing, you're doing what no resort in the U.S. is doing. Explain the concept, the business model where you don't charge money for kids to ski. That doesn't sound sustainable, John.
Yeah, we, I guess it was 2 years ago, so April of 2024, the board of directors had been toying with some idea. You know, we had to do something to get more people up here. We were only doing about 11,000, 12,000 skier visits. And we knew that the best model for us was really to do it based upon sheer volume when you're running a nonprofit. And nobody in the ski industry, I've been doing this for 38 years, and nobody has ever offered just a pure, no strings attached, free season pass for any kid on the planet who's under the age of 18 years old. And we actually do it right to your birth date. So if you happen to turn 18 in the middle of July and you've already registered, then you're golden with that. And a lot of ski areas or a lot of ski area operating companies had offered some sort of season pass with a catch. You know, mom and dad had to buy one or was under 13 or whatnot.
Yeah.
Nobody in the industry, to our knowledge, has ever done anything like this, where it's literally just free, no strings attached, no restrictions, no restricted dates, no requirement of parents to go ahead and do that. And it worked wonders for us last year. You know, our overall visitation was up 60%. Our base had expanded from roughly a 1 to 2 hour radius to now it's 3 to 4 hour driving time radius. And our overall revenue, including philanthropy and fundraising, had ballooned by over 100%, just over 100%. Now, is that sustainable over the long term? We're not so sure. The board did elect this past April to continue with that program, much to the delight of everybody within our region. And we do believe that in the second year of this program, we'll still see another 10 to 20% bump in visitation and overall revenue as people figure out, oh my gosh, it really is true. They really are offering free season passes. You know, and sort of the great benefit of that is that our adult season passes, of which we had sold maybe 450, 2 years ago, we sold over 1,100 last year, right? No kid skis alone. You know, the high school kids and the really young college kids will travel up here and they don't spend a lot of money. But again, if you're doing it based upon pure volume, then it does work. And it worked for us very well in our first year. And we're looking for incremental increases. You know, we didn't see 700 or 1,000 people coming on any given Saturday or Sunday. So it really worked out well from an operating perspective, where our typical Saturdays that had been, say, 5 or 550, you know, 500 or 550 visits are now 600 or 650. We tickled close to 700 one time. And most of our Sundays, which usually had been 350 to 400, are now 450 to 500. You know, so it wasn't this exponential explosion of growth where nobody had any room anymore. You know, we tightened up on our operations a lot. What we learned is that we actually need to match our legal seating capacity, and so that we can turn folks over in the base lodge a lot faster. You know, but it really did work operationally very well, and obviously financially it worked well. Now we're still in the red. You know, we're on nonprofit, and we certainly put the non in nonprofit. That's not really a joke, but we have a 3-year plan for sustainability and to where we can get to the point where we can start to save for capital projects and capital upgrades and whatnot. You know, I mean, I got to tell you, it hurts me. I've been doing this for 38 years, like I mentioned before, and I've been with independent ski areas. I've been with corporately owned ski areas. I've been with municipal and state owned and operated ski areas. And now I'm in the nonprofit sector. And there's this misperception out there that ski areas are getting rich, that somebody's out there getting rich by running ski areas. And that's just not true. You know, most of the non-corporates net roughly 7 to 12% at the end of the day to their bottom line. You know, you got payroll, taxes, insurance, property and liability insurance, electricity's going up, repair and maintenance, of course, is going up. Cost of goods, of course, are going up for food and beverage and retail. You know, it costs a lot of money to cover operating expenses for any ski area of any size that's out there. So this idea that people are gouging or getting rich is a little bit far-fetched now. Can ski areas charge $179, $279, $379, $479 for a day and get away with it? I guess they can. I mean, it's obviously happening. You know, we certainly can't. You know, we offer a $54 online ticket and $69 at the window. And I noticed that our friends at Meadowlark had mentioned that they're trying to hold to a $69 or $70 cost. You know, here in the Bighorns, that's what works. And so how do we streamline and run as tightly as humanly possible while still running a clean, smooth, safe operation? You know, that's really the key. Now we have the luxury and the burden at the same time of operating a nonprofit. So we're not beholden to a board of directors. You know, I wouldn't say we don't have to make a profit. We certainly do have to establish this 3-year path to sustainability. You know, and pricing is a huge part of it. And we basically try to charge what the market will bear while still maintaining that sense of value. You know, I mean, at $54 online or $69 at the window, it's hard for me to listen to anybody complain about the cost or what our prices are. You know, we charge a fair price for food. People forget that in these remote ski area locations, you know, most of your products that arrive here on site have been touched probably 3 or 4 times. And so there is a cost associated with that. And realistically, as a nonprofit, while we're not beholden to a board to hit certain percentages, we do have to hit certain percentages and we have to maintain viability. So again, we're really skirting that line between being able to operate and keep the lights on and being able to offer the you know, let's face it, the cheapest or the most cost-effective alternative for people. And yet when they get up here, they have a fantastic product. We take a lot of pride in our grooming, in our lift operations, in our patrol team, and in our snow sports school, rental, repair, the whole 9 yards. You know, we really do. We have a goal here. It's actually a dual goal of being the best skiing and riding the Bighorns and offering the experience of having the best small ski area in Wyoming. You know, we're a nonprofit that tries not to run like a nonprofit.
Yeah, we're talking
in the face of rising costs throughout the industry. We try to sort of be that fresh face for people, and especially in this region. It's not easy here in this region.
And costs are rising. They're getting out of control. We had a story David Madison wrote the other day in the Cowboy State Journal highlighting what it costs to ski today and how these lift tickets getting higher and higher. John DeVivo with Antelope Butte Ski Resort. That's a 500-acre nonprofit ski and snowboard area, about a 60-mile drive southwest of Sheridan in the heart of the Bighorn Range. And you're operating on a unique model, trying to keep it affordable, letting kids under 18 ski for free, ski and board for free. I don't know anybody else that does that. That will have a payoff in the long term. These kids eventually be old enough to afford to ski. They'll have kids that are getting hooked on skiing. So you'll see the fruits of this labor long term. Short term, though, you're already seeing people are making a longer drive to get to you, and they're coming. It's working. If you can keep doing stuff like this, what you're doing is working.
Yeah, so far so good. You know, we heard a lot of. I mean, I am the guy in the parking lot. You know, when you're operating a nonprofit, we can run. You know, so when I was back east, I was running a 400-acre ski area with up to 650 people. Out here in the Western model, where everything is more contained within the Forest Service permit boundary, you know, we run a 500-acre ski area with 35 people. So I am the guy in the parking lot. I'm the first face that you see on the weekends, and it's very heartening to hear people say that they drove further to get here because of this program, or they would ordinarily be going somewhere else because of this program. Now what we're trying to do is sort of shift people into that mode of not only skiing and riding here, but also exploring other options as well. You know, Meadowlark Ski Lodge is a direct competitor of ours, right? There are only 2 ski areas within the Bighorn Range. And yet, if there's a day where you're not here, we're hoping that you're over there. You know, if there's a day we're closed, we're hoping that you're over there. And time and statistics have shown that between the two of us and even, you know, the guys over in Cody, when they were open, Sleeping Giant, when they were open, when all three skiers were open, all three skiers actually do better. You know, rising tide does float all boats, or use whatever cliche you want. But as one resort is successful, typically others are as well. And it's sort of that competitive drive that keeps us going. But at the end of the day, we are all in this together. And frankly, between the two of us, we'd rather they ski in the Bighorns than elsewhere in Wyoming. And typically, as a whole, here in Wyoming, we'd rather they ski in Wyoming than in the other surrounding states. So we do have to work together on it. And, you know, when we launched this initiative with kids skiing for free, or at least with the free season passes, we knew that we were going to have a challenge with food and beverage, with parking, with snow sports school, and having enough instructors, especially in the rental and repair area. So we reached out to Vail Resorts and to Boyne Resorts, who are the two largest operating companies in the U.S. of ski areas. And they were both very helpful. You know, Vail Resorts sent us 50 sets of gear for nothing but the cost of shipping. Boyne Resorts sent us 100 sets of gear for nothing but the cost of shipping, because they're not stupid. They realize that we are the feeder programs into the larger resorts, you know, and in terms of wanting us to survive, yes, everybody does want us to survive. We had a great meeting with a local business owner a couple weeks ago who said, look, I think we can 10x our business model and our revenue model over the next 10 years, but we need the area to be successful so that we can attract the labor force in order to be able to do that. He says, so I need Antelope Butte and companies like you to be successful. You know, it's difficult watching the prices soar within skiing. You know, even the equipment manufacturers, nothing is getting easier for them either, right? So you have to sort of make this lifestyle choice. And what we try to specialize in is making that first time, second time, first couple, several times really, really affordable for you to decide whether this is what you want to spend your life doing or spend your winter doing. You know, a lot of people forget that we take in probably 700 kids, sometimes more than 700 kids from schools within a 3-hour radius. And we introduce kids on their first day for just $25 for lift, lesson, rental. And then they hang on to the season pass beyond that. What we need to do a better job with is retention beyond that. Every kid has to leave with something in their hand that says, hey, here's an offer for your next time or your next couple, several times. And you mentioned Constant Beverly, and we were tied up for at least 2 or 3 years with the Share Winter Foundation, with grants and whatnot and support that they offer. And over the last year or two, we haven't been, because our biggest difficulty is getting kids in here often enough, because the schools can't let them come up here 3, 4, 5 times. So we're working on that, and we'll try to get back in with Share Winter on that. And also, quite frankly, here in northwestern Wyoming, it's difficult for us to have the cultural diversity that they're looking for with Share Winter. We just don't have the ethnicity sometimes that they're looking for. And so about 1.5 years ago, I really had to be honest with them and say, I'm just not sure that we can meet the parameters of your program, but we are working on it.
I love what you're doing there, John. John Javivo, Antelope Butte Ski Resort. And it's, all about the kids. I think it's fantastic.
All about the kids.
Thanks, buddy. Have a great Tuesday. Thanks for being on.
Thanks, you too.
Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Red Canyon fire had already burned up thousands of acres of rangeland when it reached the Philp family on Bridger Creek and their property in Hot Springs County. A coordinated attack by wildland firefighters and their resources spared the Philp ranch, and thanks to the efforts of the wildland firefighters stationed in the area, all of their livestock survived as well. But how do you thank a group of people who went over and above to save your livelihood? Why, by feeding them, of course, according to Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy.
The Red Canyon fire has burned up thousands of acres of land here in Hot Springs County. I've seen the devastation firsthand. It's scorched earth. But one of the things that our ranchers wanted to do was say thank you. Thank you to all those hundreds of firefighters that came out and saved our property and saved the structures from burning up. And they said it the good old Wyoming way, with a feast.
The Red Canyon fire was started by lightning August 13th. It's now about 90% contained and has been held at 125,000 acres. Sweetwater County's Industry Relations Manager, Allison Volchik, was on her way to Wisconsin to visit her daughters last week, flying out of the Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. But she found herself doing a bit of a double take because she had coincidentally booked herself a seat on the first flight out of the brand new airport terminal. She told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that there was quite the celebration for the significant moment.
It was becoming so out of date, it couldn't accommodate the new jets that are coming along. So they needed a new terminal. They've added a few bells and whistles, though, that I think are really cool, including this floor-to-ceiling digital screen that shows huge pictures of things to do in Southwest Wyoming. They're shaking up the tourism scene a little bit there. And then also the economic development scene. An airport like that just makes a great first impression to workers who are looking at potentially relocating there.
Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport Director Devin Brubaker said that the airport's $44 million expansion and renovation puts it on par with some of the best airports in the state. Born in Cheyenne and raised in Evanston, Rob Wallace served as Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior, overseeing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Park Service during the first Trump administration. Wallace is one of the recipients of the 15th Annual Murray Spirit of Conservation Award presented Tuesday by the Teton Science Schools, where Wallace once served on the board of directors. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke to several people about why Wallace was an excellent choice to receive the honor.
I talked to Paul Ulrich, who's worked with Rob on numerous things. I also talked to two of the leaders at the School of Science, and he said, this guy is a natural choice for this award because he's really good at listening to everybody and building a coalition from the ground up, because at the end of the day, that's what really gets things done.
Wallace said one of his proudest moments came with the completion of the sale of the 640-acre Kelly parcel in Teton County, which secures the parcel for public access. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A box of diapers was stolen from a delivery order made Friday by a young mother newly moved to Cheyenne. Harley Miller and her husband had worked as DoorDash drivers in the past and had heard of other drivers stealing food orders, but diapers from little babies? This seemed like a new low. Miller told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that she never expected to ever get the stolen diapers back, let alone have people rally to solve the caper. But that's exactly what happened.
This young lady moved here to Wyoming from Washington. She doesn't know anybody. She's there all by herself. Her husband's an over-the-road truck driver. She doesn't have a car, so it's not easy for her to get around. She's really depending on that delivery of diapers to get there in a timely fashion. At the same time, there were people that found the diapers at a Maverick, and they're like, let's see if we can find who these belong to, because darn it, we're tired of the Porch Pirates too.
Miller said she's been particularly impressed by the friendliness of her new Wyoming community. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here, back from the news break. Renee Jean will be on with us momentarily. We also have special guest Scott Clem, Campbell County Commissioner, talk about nuclear. And I guess we could sneak in this day in history. I haven't had a chance to get to it. Well, maybe not. That's Renee at the door. The doorbell rings, and it's Renee. We all got to get that door. We all got to get that ring service. What a genius idea. Whoever invented that. Ring, the door thing, the door camera. Who takes video and pictures of these porch pirates. And that was a smart move. Not something you think you'd need in Wyoming. We like to think that Wyoming's a little better than that, but packages do go missing from the doorstep, even if it's a box of diapers. This story had a lot for me to be angry about because I don't want this to be Wyoming. I don't want this new family that moved here from Washington who said, you know, this kind of stuff didn't happen in Washington. And it's terrible that, you know, one of their first experiences here in Wyoming is a box of diapers goes missing, but it ended well. And we show some real Wyoming hospitality to this family. This is a great story, Renee. I love it.
Thanks. Well, so I think the thing here, Jake, is just everybody is so over porch pirates.
Yeah.
People are tired of their packages going missing. Granted, it's a small thing. Usually your package is probably not worth, hundreds of dollars or something. It's just some essential daily item that costs under $20 or whatever. But it's just so annoying to have people come and swipe your stuff, and then you got to order it again, and you got to pay delivery fees again, and you got to pay tips again. And I know if you're a Walmart Plus, sometimes you get a break on deliveries, but it depends on the kind of delivery you're making. If you need the item right away, you're going to pay extra for that, even when you're Walmart Plus.
It's just a hassle, and it's inconvenience, and it's stupid, and it's criminal.
Yeah, and really diapers for a baby, come on.
Yeah.
So I thought what was cool was just the whole community rallying around this and saying, hey, we've had enough of deliveries gone wrong, porch pirates, whatever it is. We've had enough of it. And everybody just did their part. The alert employee at the Maverick who spotted, oh, hey, here's a brand new box of diapers with a shipping label on it. Obviously, this is not where it's supposed to be. I'm going to figure out where it's supposed to be and try to get it back. And community members who noticed the post on Cheyenne community pages and tagged the owner of the diapers and said, hey, look, here are your diapers, and somebody anonymously agreeing to come and bring the diapers to her because she didn't have a car to drive and go get it. Plus, she didn't have anybody to watch her kid, for a few. She doesn't know anybody. She's new here. So I think it was great what Wyoming did for this new resident who was a complete stranger to all these people. Nobody knew her really, other than the friend who tagged her on the box. Nobody really knew her. This all just happened. Kindness to stranger, random acts of kindness. I think it's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's the story of the well-traveled $20 box of Huggies, but it's symbolic of so much more. And Renee, you really captured it. That is what is Wyoming, how a whole community got together to get diapers to where they should have been all along. I love it.
It's a small thing, and I know it's a small thing. It wasn't about being a slow news day. I just felt that this captured.
Oh, yeah.
Essential about Wyoming, as well as just we're all freaking tired of you porch pirates. So, we're watching you.
Yeah.
Stop swiping our packages. We're
this story tells a lot, tells so much. Through the eyes of a box of diapers. But yeah, I get it. It's so good. Well, it just shows you your delivery of something could be missing from the porch. What if it's, in this case, it's diapers. What if it's a $30,000 car that you bought or more? And you bought it on Amazon. And I don't know what kind of drone delivers this car, but you can buy cars on Amazon. Now, this is not unique. You can buy online. That's been around for a while. So what is this? Amazon purchase of autos?
Yeah, Amazon's already known as you can buy it at Amazon store. It's like everything. It's not just everything but the kitchen sinks. It's everything and the kitchen sink. And now it's everything and the kitchen sink and cars.
Yeah. In their logo, it's A to Z, right? A with the swoop all the way to Z. Yeah.
Filling in that letter C there with cars, or letter A with autos. I don't know. Letter V with vehicles. They took care of quite a few letters there. But these cars aren't delivered to your home, I don't think. I think the way this works is you go into the dealership that's selling the car, because these are cars that are at a dealership somewhere within 75 miles of your zip code. And so you go into the dealership in question to sign your paperwork. You have a chance to test drive the vehicle then, and if you want a salesperson to call you and haggle, they'll do that. And you can even manage your trade-in this way. You take a 360-degree video of the car you want to trade in, send it to Amazon. They'll make an offer. I think they might ask you some questions about the condition of your vehicle. They'll make an offer, and then you bring it to the dealer. The car you're trading in, you bring to the dealer, and the dealer has a chance to counter the offer or match the offer. If they don't match the offer, then it goes to Amazon. And I guess you'd get your money after Amazon verifies that you were truthful about the condition of your car.
So this whole thing, we're doing everything online. This is just sort of the next step. And many dealerships offer the ability to shop online. So this is just Amazon, I guess, trying to get in on it.
I think so. This is not a new concept. We've got, Auto Traders.
Yeah.
There's a couple others whose names are escaping me right at the moment because I don't shop for cars online. And I think that's the hurdle for Amazon too. They're not really offering anything new here. It is pretty streamlined though, and it works really well, as you would expect. Amazon is the king of streamlined purchases, one click and you're done kind of thing. But I think most people don't feel comfortable buying cars online. The first day that they rolled the Hyundais out on Amazon Autos last week, when I was there, nobody even knew about it. I was the only call that day about it. I was the only one who had noticed it. People just don't know about this yet, and they're not sure what to think. They're not really comfortable with the idea of just buying a car on Amazon Autos. How would that work? How would I test drive it? What does this really offer me? Are these sites up to date? That was one of the questions I got from people I talked to, is in their experience, most of these online car buying sites aren't very up to date, and you can get a better deal by going down there and seeing for yourself what's there, as well as they're not really promoting things like, oh, we got hail damage, so we'll lop $3,000 to $5,000 off this new vehicle for you because it's hail damaged. That wasn't even noted on the Amazon Auto website. So I think by going there, you probably can get a better deal. You also have the chance to negotiate,
Yeah, there's that. And there are downsides to the whole online buying autos. And you mentioned things being out of date. I don't wonder if it's bait and switch. I hate when I see a car, I like it, it's got everything I want, and you go to buy it, like, oh, we don't have that one, but we have this. I'm like, oh,
And it's
frustrating.
It's not a bait and switch, but it is kind of.
Yeah. And then, a lot of us still want to kick the tires. Even though we can kick our screen, I guess, there are times when I want to kick my laptop, but we want to see it, smell it, feel it, and test drive. I mean, this is the one purchase in your life where you actually get to test it, unlike a coffee machine or something. You expect to be able to, get your hands on it just to feel it out. So
and
interesting.
Who knows, the listing itself may have had some errors. I mean, you undoubtedly inputs that onto the website. How is it error free? I mean, it's probably got some errors in there. You want to go and see, really see what you're buying. I think that's how people were feeling about it when I talked to them.
Well, I love what they're doing in Rock Springs, this Southwest Wyoming Regional Airport. Like, of all the updos, of all the glow ups and makeovers I've seen, this one's real. This high tech $43 million airport terminal makeover looks fantastic, Renee.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
And I love too when I was talking with the Chamber of Commerce guy, Rick Lee. He's like, we've all grown up here in Rock Springs apologizing for where we're from.
Yes.
Well, that's over. We're not doing that anymore. We're showcasing what we got. We should be proud of what we have. And if you look at those wall-sized images of the tourism opportunities in Rock Springs, I agree with him. The first time I went to Rock Springs and I told somebody I was in Rock Springs working on a story, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Rock Springs is great." I think Rock Springs is pretty cool. And I just love the fact that they're taking some pride in that, throwing it up on the wall for tourists. One of the first things they're going to see are these wall-sized, floor-to-ceiling images of what Rock Springs has got to offer travelers. That's going to shake up tourism, I think. It's also going to make a great first impression on workers who are looking at, hey, maybe I want to live in Rock Springs. Maybe I want to work in Rock Springs and take this job. So good for them. They needed an update on their airport, and they really went all out.
Yeah, they did, and it could have far-reaching implications beyond just the airport. The airport's your first community. Rock Springs, Sweetwater County. I'm as guilty as anyone as being down on Rock Springs, but I said earlier this morning after reading your story, seeing this terminal, that Rock Springs is on a comeback here. I think I might have to re-explore. I definitely want to fly in there. It looks really neat. And I loved how you told the story through Allison. That was really cool how she began and ended it. Perfect person. Like, you didn't fly into this airport. You always drive, right, Renee? How did you get onto this?
Oh, how did I find Allison?
Yeah.
I just have this habit of whenever I do a story, I go to Facebook and I put in some keywords. And so I put in Wyoming, Southwest Regional Airport. And her post was one of the first ones that came up. I was like, oh, here's a tourism person who took the first flight. She's perfect to interview for my story. So I reached out to see if she would talk to me, and she did.
Perfect person to tell the story through her eyes. Great. Renee, fantastic.
Okay. See you
Have a
later.
great Tuesday.
Bye now.
Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily. We continue with Scott Clem. He'll be on in a moment right after this quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Wapiti, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. And this place that I call home.
Cowboys Stay Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, September 2. Scott Clem should be here shortly. Meanwhile, I'll take another shot at sneaking in this day in history. When I did it before, Renee rang the doorbell. See if I do it now, Scott will arrive probably. This day is September 2nd, of course. 1872, Major John Wesley Powell. No, that's yesterday's. Oops. I'm not up to date on my this day in history, maybe. I'm still looking at yesterday's September 1st, so never mind. That's old news. Yeah. I don't know why I'm not up to date on that. Big thank you to Constance Beverly for being on the show today. She's the CEO of Share Winter Foundation, helping bringing winter sports, skiing, snowboarding, stuff like that to maybe somebody outside of the typical user group. Inner city kids, Native Americans, Latinx, etc. Her group does some great stuff. They help fund over 45,000 youth programs across the country, introducing skiing and snowboarding to kids who may not necessarily have had that opportunity if not for Constance and her group. And so it just so happened that we had on also today the Antelope Butte Ski Resort, whose business model is letting all kids 18 and under ski for free. What a great idea. helps introduce to the next generation skiing and snowboarding. Yeah. There's Scott Clem. Let's get Scott in here. We're going to talk nuclear, Scott, among other things. How's everything in your neck of the woods, Campbell County? Not hearing us? Doesn't look like Scott is hearing us. No. No, he doesn't hear. That's probably something you got to do with I think I've got everything right on my end. I mean, the first person I'm going to blame is me, because I admit I'm not the most tech genius there is. But then I'm going to blame you, Scott, after that. There's got to be something on your end. Yeah, Scott's going to try to figure it out while I thank John DeVivo. He was the guy we had on, GM of Antelope Butte Ski Resort. And his business model is to share a 500-acre nonprofit ski and snowboard area with kids by offering free lift tickets. Genius idea. Get kids skiing and snowboarding for free, because sooner or later those kids will buy their own tickets. They'll have kids, and anything that can help the ski industry. Still can't figure it out, Scott? You got to bang the computer. You got to bang, bang, bang. That's what I do. That's my IT guy is my fist. That's how I fix most of my computer issues, especially audio. Audio can be vexing. Why can't you hear something? Or why can't somebody hear you? Well, it's always an issue. Scott's the kind of guy, he's still of the age group that can figure out tech. No? I don't hear you. No, I can't hear you, but now you can. So you got half the problem solved now. We're getting there. Baby steps. There you go. Oh.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Sorry about all that. Gotta love technology.
What did you have to do? Show that computer who's boss?
I guess so. Fiddle, with all these different settings and whatnot. So good morning. Sorry about that. So glad to be here with you.
Yeah. Glad to have you on. So let's see. One of the first things we had to discuss. Let me find my notes now. Scott, I've had so many guests on. Now I got to find where I put your notes. Okay. Obviously, we have you on to discuss the Cracker Barrel logo rebrand. Scott, what were they thinking? My goodness.
Man, a lot of hoopla about nothing. So
I know everybody was all worried about it. I do want to talk to you about something non-nuclear if we could.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
And by the way, Scott Clem, you're going to recognize the name probably when he was a lawmaker, former legislator, now sitting on the Campbell County Board of Commissioners. And they have a lot of topics coming up in front of them regarding nuclear and what's the future. What role does Wyoming want to play in the future of nuclear? It certainly looks like we're in what Colin Healy called a nuclear renaissance, the CEO of Premier American Uranium. We're going to get to all that. First, I kind of want to diverge and talk about flag burning, because I've seen on your socials, who I stalk you, obviously, Scott, I see it's come up, and we were talking about it the other day because of Trump wanting, more severe penalties for people who burn a flag, who use this as part of their demonstration. Our delegation was all for it. And I saw a quote from Senator Brasso, and I'm almost never going to disagree with him, but he was saying our troops have fought for the flag and I think he's a little, like a lot of us, he's assuming the flag, it's just a flag, and that's not why our troops fought. In fact, our troops fight for the right to burn the flag, and that doesn't sound good, and we don't like to see the flag burned, but that kind of thing, that's amendment stuff. That's the Constitution. It's protections that SCOTUS has ruled on. And while it may not be palatable to see, that's the whole point of the amendment, right?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. It's I think every single one of us, there's some exceptions out there, but I mean that's the symbol of our nation. No one wants to see it desecrated in any way. I think we all find it to be repugnant. That's a good word for it.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, as a manner of expression to protest whatever is going on in America that people feel is egregious. The whole point of the First Amendment is that you get to say things that the government doesn't like, that you get to address your public officials, those who represent you, the leaders of your nation. You get to do that. And you get to say things that they don't have to agree with or like, and they don't get the opportunity to take retribution against you. And so in the post, that I had shared on Facebook, going back to the COVID days, I chose not to run again in 2020, and it was my first day as no longer being a representative. I scheduled a protest in Cheyenne there in the front of the Capitol. And over COVID, the mask mandates and all that kind of stuff. And I burned a mask, it's not the flag, obviously, but, right. I'm sure I know there are people that didn't like that. I had a state trooper that, he was pretty upset that I did that, but that's okay. That's kind of the point. The point is it is an expression to say that we really disagree with what's happening here. And, the actions that the government is taking against us is offensive, and we're going to show you, I guess, equally something that is offensive. So
yeah. I mean, sometimes you feel your voice isn't being heard. You need to do something provocative and attention getting. That's the whole point. And if it's that your message is that desperate, if it's come to that, then maybe we should lend an ear. All right, tell me what's wrong that makes you think you have to burn a mask or a flag. Right. That's American. I like that. But sometimes the argument gets a little lost and muddied. Let's go to something easier to talk about. Nuclear. It is the future, man. I'm sort of skeptical of it because of stories from the past, but nuclear. Here's what could be the future of nuclear. A vision someday that you may have in Campbell County. A truck comes into Radiant or whatever company it is, and it's carrying spent fuels from the Southwest Airport in Rock Springs, where they use a modular nuclear system. And it's the same day a truck is heading out of the local nuclear company, and it's carrying a fresh unit, a brand new state-of-the-art modular nuclear 2.0, and it's headed to Laramie, to the UW campus. They already use 2 of these, but they need a third because of demand. Nuclear, it's the future, and I don't know, is Campbell County ready to embrace?
Yeah, well, I mean, think of the underlying, what is causing all of this. It's not just because, there's a group or a cabal of people that are, in some smoke-filled back room, and we're gonna do something here. It's not it at all. There are market conditions driving all of this. We have we are in great need of energy. We don't have enough of it, and that's not news to anybody. With AI and these data centers and all that kind of stuff, we just need energy. And where's that energy going to come from? Well, it's not going to come from renewables. You can't get sustained baseload energy out of that. We have an abundance of coal, and I like everybody else in Wyoming would cheerlead that effort. Hey, let's use more coal. Let's use a lot of it because we've got a lot of it. But there are some dangers using coal, using fossil fuels that don't occur with nuclear. Now, nuclear has its own problems, but all of that to say that all of this that's driving the conversation is our need for energy. And part of the advancements of nuclear really are the advancements of the technology. We're not dealing with the technology of 40 years ago. The nuclear projects that they're talking about today, as you mentioned, these micro and modular reactors, and a lot of us are like, what in the world is that? But, we're not talking about siting a big, giant 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant. We don't build those anymore. Why don't we build those? Because it's uneconomical. But just like the automobile, when old Ford, when he put together his assembly line and he could crank these vehicles out on an assembly line in a factory. That's kind of the idea with these micro and modular reactors. If you can replicate something and produce it at scale, it brings down those costs tremendously. And I think that's part of the appeal. There's advancements in nuclear fuel when we're talking about trisol fuel. And so there's a lot of things, and I didn't know about this stuff. I mean, a year ago, if you would have asked me about nuclear, I wouldn't have known any of this, but all of this stuff has been percolating in the background for a long time, for quite a few years. And really, as a result of Trump's executive orders, the industry just kind of went into overdrive. And now we're seeing a flurry of activity. And that is in large part to these executive orders from the Trump administration. I mean, they're the ones that really, I think I heard the term first really from, it was either an analysis of those executive orders, or maybe it was in those executive orders. I think it's something. You can find it on the White House website, but talked about a nuclear renaissance. That's the term that they're using. So they see something very appealing about this. Trump wants to compete in the world stage. Unfortunately, we have fallen way, way behind when it comes to nuclear technology. We are not the leaders of the world when it comes to this stuff right now, and that's not acceptable to Trump. And I'm with him. Let's, if we're gonna, we do it the best. And if the world is going to use nuclear, then why shouldn't they use American nuclear technology? We know it's safe, we know it's effective, we know it works. And so I think that's really some of the push behind all of this. But there are market factors driving all of this, including Trump saying we're going to get government out of the way and we're going to unleash this technology. We're going to unleash this industry, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, and the Trump's desire to fast track an end game to nuclear, maybe it's too fast for some. There's still things we need to get up to speed on and learn about. And we're only going to learn if the whole process is transparent. So what we see in bar none, some resistance as they talk it out. What is Radium proposing? What does that kind of nuclear look like? Then we saw in Rock Springs, there may be putting the cart before the horse with nuclear. And now in Gillette, where you are in Campbell County, there's this dust up over an NDA signed where there's maybe an agreement in place with BWXT that only the mayor knows about. What's going on there?
Yeah, I can't speak for the city, and I've watched that from afar as well. People have asked me, being on the commission, did you guys sign an NDA too? And no, we didn't sign an NDA or anything like that. And I believe it's only the city itself, the elected officials, they didn't sign it. So all of that said, it's not a secret by any means. I mean, even the documentation for this supposed NDA, that was all done at a public meeting in, I think, February of 2024. So we've had different companies who have expressed interest in what Campbell County has to offer, which is really incredible. The fact that we, in my opinion, we are on the cusp of really this nuclear resurgence, a nuclear renaissance, whatever you want to call it. The fact that we kind of have a front row seat in Wyoming, because the industry by and large has been atrophied. I mean, it has died out for various reasons. But you're talking about businesses building things from the ground up. And so there's a lot of flurry of business activity. There's a lot of growing pains, like you talked about with bar none. We're going to have these hard discussions. We're going to have to make sure that the regulations, the laws that are in place, keep people safe and the environment safe. That is a must. I think everybody agrees on that people and the environment matter in Wyoming, and we're going to make sure that any risks are mitigated. We're going to make sure that any companies and potential risks by these companies are borne legally and financially by the companies themselves. I think that's a given. It shouldn't fall back on the taxpayers of Wyoming or our government. And so all of that to say, circling back around to your question, kind of wandered off there. We've had companies that have expressed interest here, including BWXT. As of right now, we've had no firm commitments, as far as anyone settling on Campbell County. Radiant was looking at Campbell County at one point. They settled on bar none. And so, it'd be great. In my opinion, it would be great to have, some of the nuclear industry, some of that expansion happen in Wyoming, and in particular Campbell County, not as a replacement for coal or any of our legacy energy resources. I mean, we want those to continue as well. But that expansion is a good thing. And we're, and when we're talking about the nuclear industry, people automatically, they think of reactors and spent fuel and all that kind of stuff. But the nuclear industry is so much bigger than that. I mean, it starts with mining, which we already do in Campbell County. We've been doing that since the 1950s in Campbell County. It continues to this day. We're number 2 in the nation, I saw, as far as, developing uranium. I think Utah is number 1, and there's a good possibility, because Wyoming has the largest reserves in the United States, that we could overtake that. So that's a development in the nuclear industry. Am I for that? Absolutely. Let's mine more. Let's mine more coal. Let's drill more oil. Let's mine more uranium. That's good for our economy. That's good for jobs. It's good for the government. That's all around good. But there are other things as well, like fuel manufacturing. So trisul fuel, for instance, you have to take this raw product, uranium, this uranium ore that comes out of the ground. You have to turn that into a gas that's got to be put into a centrifuge and enriched to a certain level. You got to turn it back into a solid substance, some kind of uranium substance. And then after that, for trisul fuel, you got to fabricate that into a usable fuel form. All of those things that I mentioned are business opportunities. All of those things the nuclear energy industry is looking at as far as developing those things and building those businesses from the ground up. And all of the things that I just mentioned there, none of them have to do with the high level spent nuclear waste. None of them do. It doesn't produce. I mean, the only thing that produces nuclear waste is when it goes into a reactor and it's used in that way. But that's not what we're talking about. That's not what we've been approached with Campbell County. We've had some interesting discussions. People somehow it's been said that Campbell County is the potential for a nuclear repository, a spent waste repository for the federal government. Well, no one from the government has talked to me about that.
Yeah.
We haven't had any of those discussions on the commission. As far as I'm aware, no one has talked to the city council about that. But that's where things kind of get messy and things go. But to be clear, that's not what we've been approached with Campbell County. Could that happen in the future? It sure could. And we should have those discussions if and when that time comes. But right now, that's not what we're talking about. When we talk about the nuclear industry and the opportunities, we're talking really about the front end of the fuel cycle that doesn't deal with nuclear waste, which again, great thing for Campbell County, great thing for Wyoming.
Yeah, and the opportunities for a nuclear industry future Wyoming should be the first thing you think of. Wyoming's uniquely poised to be right at the forefront. Campbell County, where you're a commissioner, you should be a major player in this movement. In fact, these companies, BWXT, Radiant, they've all said the reason they're interested in having a on-site brick and mortar in Wyoming is to take advantage of the fact that Wyoming already does this stuff. We get energy. We understand energy. This is just one more energy. And you touched on uranium. Wyoming's sitting on the most uranium of any state, and yet we mine it only number 2. We did move up, but we're leaving money on the table. We're leaving uranium in the ground. And we have the kind of uranium, from what I understand, is in situ mining, which is low environmental impact. It's easy to get to.
Exactly. Yep. That's happening today, right here in Campbell County. So I think Texas was, we overtook Texas as far as uranium. As he mentioned, we have the largest reserves in the United States. I think in North America, it's Canada. But we're sitting on it, and we are sitting on wealth, and we have the ability, we have the knowledge, the skills, the tools to access that wealth. And we have businesses who are hungry to take advantage of those opportunities. The question is, should government stand in the way of that? I'm of the opinion, no. Government shouldn't be standing in the way of that. I think when we're talking about these opportunities, the government doesn't get to make these decisions. The government, the Campbell County Commission doesn't get to decide which businesses exist and which businesses don't exist in Campbell County. It's not how it works. And we wouldn't want to give, no one should want to give government that kind of power. We're not China. We shouldn't do that.
Right.
We're America. So is there a role for government in all of this? Absolutely. And that goes back to the safety standards, making sure our people and our environment are safe. And government absolutely has a role in that, and making sure that any costs, again, are borne financially and legally by those companies. The people of Wyoming should be held harmless. So there's a way to do both. And we've shown that we can do that. We've done it with the coal industry. We've done it with the oil industry, natural gas. And we've done it with uranium, the nuclear industry as well. We're just talking about doing more of it. And that's a good thing.
And all this is not getting away from coal or transitioning out of coal. Coal has probably an end date, and nuclear right now is the future, but there's a way to do both. There's a way to transition properly and smoothly, I would imagine. It all works in Campbell County.
Yeah, absolutely. The good news is there were other executive orders that essentially said, because we are in such an energy crunch, that we are not gonna, the United States isn't going to shutter more of these coal-powered, power plants, which is a good thing. So it extends the life of those power, those power generation sources, which is good for Campbell County because we provide a lot of the coal for those power plants. So I would love to see some new coal-fired power plants come online, and maybe that will happen. There hasn't been a new coal-fired power plant built in, I think, over a decade. And as far as I'm aware, there's nothing actually in the works, even in the development stage. A lot of the new stuff that's come online has been natural gas, for various reasons. And now they're talking about nuclear. So it would be great. I'd love to see coal have a renaissance as well. It would be fantastic. Nothing would please me more. As you said, coal might have an end date. I don't think coal will ever go to zero. I don't believe that. But we've been on a kind of a decline trajectory that slowed. I'd love to see that turn around. But in the meantime, what are we going to do? What are we going to do in Campbell County? And in Wyoming, let's face it, a lot of our tax base comes from the mineral industry. It's huge in Campbell County and the state. We've been talking about economic development for years because we understand the need that we need to, in order to avoid the volatility of the boom and bust cycle. But beyond that, just to have more things that we can count on, in particular for government as a tax base. And so this is good. This nuclear industry is coming at the right time. And I'm hopeful that what is happening today will be like it was in the 1970s with coal. And it might just carry us the next 50 to 80 years. That's yet to be seen, but it's promising.
Scott Clem, we're talking to Scott Clem. Scott, you bring up a good point. One last thing, and circle back on it is, again, it all comes down, though, to what should be government's role in any of this. Wyoming is an energy extractor. We're good at that. Wyoming could really benefit here. But what should government be doing outside of, a lot of us have these libertarian leanings, this, conservative politics where we want government to be at a distance. We don't want government subsidizing wind and solar anymore, and we want them subsidizing nuclear. Government should just keep us safe and provide for the welfare of people while we pursue our personal freedoms and let the market do its thing. So, yeah, we should never lose sight of what is the government's role in nuclear or anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And as you pointed out, some of the argument I think that we're hearing has to do with subsidizing. One of the things I don't particularly care for about the Trump administration is there has been a lot more government money poured into things, in particular energy resources, and we're talking oil. every, oil, coal, natural gas, I mean, they all receive some kind of tax break or even a subsidy from the federal government, and nuclear is no different. And we're having that discussion in Wyoming because constitutionally, our Wyoming Constitution, the citizens years ago, they did put in there a provision about economic development. We have the Wyoming Business Council. We have the Wyoming Energy Authority. Our legislature appropriates funds to those to those entities to try to spur on economic development. Some people call that picking winners and losers, and I definitely lean in that direction. I don't particularly care for it. The fact of the matter is, it's constitutional in Wyoming. We have it now. And how do we make the most of it? The one thing that I will say, and this is, so bar none, I think they applied or something for like a $25 million something or other. I don't know if it was from the SLIB board or the Wyoming Business Council. I don't know. If I was on that council, I would be doing that same thing. And why is that? My good friend Marty Halverson used to say, get the money out of Cheyenne. And if we would have that opportunity here in Campbell County where we could bring tax dollars that are being held in Cheyenne back home to Campbell County and put those tax dollars that really come from our energy industry anyway, if we could put those to work in our county, absolutely. And I think that's true of any Wyoming community. Those, until such a time that the legislature says we're not doing this anymore, those tax dollars have been appropriated for those uses, for things like infrastructure and whatever else. And I think it's a good idea to get that money out of Cheyenne and put it back to work in our locality. So that's what we're dealing with. So it's for me, it's like a tension. There's a tension there where I don't like government subsidizing industry and all that kind of stuff. It just really rubs me the wrong way. And at the same time, if our legislature is going to do it, well, then I want that tax money to come back home to my locality where it can be put to work. And so it's a weird tension. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're talking to an elected official, a politician who once looked out for what was best for Wyoming when you were in the legislature. You're now looking out what's best for Campbell County. Thank you, Scott.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Have a great Tuesday. Thanks for being on.
Yeah, you too.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. I got to take one last break and a run for the finish line after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
And we're back from break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And here is this day in history, September 2nd. I was just mentioning this earlier in the show. We were talking about the Southwest Wyoming Airport, Regional Airport in Rock Springs. And I was saying, Rock Springs is on a comeback. And I mentioned the one black mark on history in Rock Springs, black mark on all of Wyoming and western U.S. was this day in 1885. I'm talking about the Chinese massacre, the uprising, the Chinese that were working on the railroad in Rock Springs, brutally attacked by 150 white miners. It was this day in history that took place. 28 Chinese killed, 15 wounded, several hundred Chinese driven out of town. Governor Warren intervened to stop further bloodshed, sent federal troops to Rock Springs, and then he himself visited. And yeah, that all took place on this day in history, September 2nd, 1885. It was also this day in 1901. You remember when Teddy Roosevelt said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick"? He was the guy behind that quote. He was vice president then, Theodore Roosevelt, and he said those words for the first time during his speech at the Minnesota State Fair on this day in 1901. And on this day in 1953, Carbon County got its first dialed telephone system. It was in Hannah where it opened. 1953, dialed telephone comes to Carbon County, finally, in Hannah. All these things happen on this day in history. Pretty cool. Hey, thanks for all our guests that were on the show today. We had a very guest-filled morning, and it made for a better show. It was a lot of fun on this Tuesday. That's going to wrap it up for us. We'll be on tomorrow, and we hope you're there on a Wednesday, same time. Thanks for joining us on radio across the state, on X, Facebook Live, YouTube, and on the home website, cowboystatedaily.com. You can also run this show back on demand when you're ready. It's archived for you and waiting wherever you download your favorite podcast. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Signing off on this Tuesday. Have a great day.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.